reading Leviticus and Leviticus, the book of Genesis and Exodus. So he made two cherubims of gold. He made them of hammered work at the two ends of the mercy seat. One cherubim and at the end, and one cherubim at the other end. At each end he made a cherub of one piece with the mercy seat. They had wings spread out. They faced each other and covered the mercy seat with their wings. The faces of the cherubim were looking towards the mercy seat. Okay, so cherubim. Okay, this is, wow, angels. Okay, this is pretty cool. Making the table. He constructed the table of acacia wood and 36 inches long, 18 inches wide, and 27 inches high. He overlaid it with pure gold and made a gold molding all around it. He made a 3-inch frame all around it and made a gold molding all around its frame. He cast 4 gold rings for it and attached the rings to the 4 corners of the legs. The rings were next to the frame as holders for the poles to carry the table. He made the poles by carrying the table from acacia wood, overlaid them with gold. He also made the utensils that would be that on the table out of pure gold, its plates and cups, as well as its bowls and pitchers for pouring drink offerings. Making the lampstand, then he made the lampstand out of pure hammered gold. He made it all of one piece. Its base and shaft, its ornament cups, and its buds and petals. 6 branches extended from its side, 3 branches from the lampstand. From one side to 3 branches of the lampstand from the other side. There were 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms, each with a bud of petals. On the branches that extended from the lampstand, there were 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms. On the lampstand shaft with its buds and petals for the 6 branches that extended from it, a bud was under the first pair of branches from it, a bud under the second pair of branches from it, and a bud on the third pair of branches from it. Their buds and branches were of one piece with it. All of it was a single hammered piece of pure gold. It had also made its 7 lamps, snuffers, and fire pans of pure gold. He made it and all its utensils of 75 pounds of pure gold. Making the altar of incense. He also made the altar of incense out of acacia wood. It was square, 18 inches long and 18 inches wide. It was 36 inches high. Its horns were of one piece with it. He overlaid its top all around its sides and its horns with pure gold. Then he made a gold molding all around it. He made 2 gold rings for it under the molding on 2 of our sides. He put these on opposite sides of it 2 beholders for the poles to carry it with. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He also made the holy anointing oil and the pure fragment and expertly blended incense. Making the altar of burnt offerings, Bezalel constructed the altar of burnt of burnt offerings from Acacia wood. It was square, 7.5 feet long and 7.5 feet wide, and was 4.5 feet high. He made horns for it, and the four corners of horns were of one piece with it. He then overlaid it with bronze. He made all the altars utensils of pots, shovels, basins, meat forks, and fire pans. He made all of its utensils of bronze. He constructed from the altar of a grate of bronze mesh under its ledge. Halfway up from the bottom, he cast four rings at the four corners of the bronze gates as holders for the poles. He made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. Then he inserted the poles of the rings on the sides of the altar of one in order to carry it with them. He constructed the altar with boards so that it was hollow, making the bronze basin. He made the bronze basin and its stands from the bronze mirrors of the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meetings, making the courtyard. Then he made the courtyard. The hangings of the south side of the courtyard were of finely spun linen, 100 feet long, including their 20 posts and their 20 bronze bases with silver hooks and silver hands for the posts. The hangings on the north side were also 100 feet long, including their 20 posts and 20 bronze bases. The hooks and bands of the posts were silver. The hangings of the west side were 75 feet long, including their 10 posts and their 10 bases with silver hooks and silver bands for the posts. And for the east side, towards the sunrise, 75 feet long. The hangings on the other side of the gate were 22.5 feet, including their 3 posts and their 3 bases. It was the same for the other side of the country yard gate. The hangings were 22.5 feet, including their 3 posts and their 3 bases. Okay. All hangings around the country yard were of finely spun linen. Alright guys, this is pretty cool. We're currently reading we're currently reading we're currently reading the book of Exodus. All the 3 bases, all hanging around the country yard, were of finely spun linen. The bases of the posts were bronze, and hooks and the hands of the posts were silver, and the plantings of the tops of the posts was silver. All the posts of the country yard were banded with silver. The screen of the gate of the country yard was made of finely spun linen, expertly embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn. It was 30 feet long, and like the hangings of the country yard, 7.5 feet high. It had 4 posts with their 4 bronze bases. Their hooks were silver, and their top plantings and their hands were silver. All the tent pegs for the tabernacle and the surrounding country yard were bronze. Inventory of materials. This is the inventory of the tabernacle of the testimony that was recorded at Moses' command. It was the work of the Levites under under the direction of Lamar, son of Aaron the priest. Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made everything that the Lord commanded Moses. With him was Oholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, a gem cutter, a designer, and an embroiderer with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen. All the gold of the presentation offering that was used for the project and all the work of the sanctuary was 2,193 pounds. According to the sanctuary shekel, the silver from the shekel the silver from those of the community who were registered was 544 pounds. According to the sanctuary shekel, 1/5 of an ounce per man, that is, half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, from everyone 20 years old or more who had crossed over to the registered group. 603, 550 men. There were 7,500 pounds of silver used to cast the bases of the sanctuary and the bases of the curtain. 100 bases from 700 and 500 pounds, 75 pounds for each base. When the remaining 400 pounds, he made the hooks for the posts, overlaid their tops, and supplied bands for them. The bronze of the presentation offering totaled 5,310 pounds. He made it with the basis for the entrance of the tent of meeting, the bronze altar and its bronze grate, all the utensils from the altar, the basis for the surrounding country yard, the basis for the gate of the country yard, and the 10 pegs for the tabernacle, and all the 10 pegs for the surrounding country yard, making the 39, making the priestly garments. They made specially woven garments for ministry in the sanctuary, and the holy garments of Aaron from the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, just as the Lord had commanded Moses, making the ephod. Bezalel made the ephod of gold, of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely spun linen. They hammered out thin sheets of gold, and he cut threads from them to interweave with the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and the fine linen in a skillful design. They made shoulder pieces for attaining it. It was joined together at its two edges. The artistically woven waistband that was on the ephod was of one piece with the ephod, according to the same workmanships of gold, and of 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 gold of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely spun linen, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. So workmanships of gold, of blue, of purple, and of scarlet yarn. It is finely spun linen, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then they mounted the onyx stones, surrounded with gold filigree settings, engraved with the names of Israel's son, as a gem cutter engraves seal. He fastened them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial stones of the Israelites, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Making the breastplate. Making the breastplate. He also made the embroidered breastplates with the same workmanship as the ephod, of blue, of purple, of gold, of gold, of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely spun linen. They made the breastplates square, the folded double, 9 inches long and 9 inches wide. They mounted 4 rows of gemstones on it. The first row was a row of carnelian, topaz, and emerald. The second, turquoise and lapis lazuli. The second row, a turquoise, a lapis, a lazuli, and a diamond. The third row, uh, ja, jacinth, an agate, and an amethysts. And a fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were surrounded with gold filigree in their settings. The 12 stones corresponded to the names of Israel's sons. Each stone was engraved like a seal with one of the names of the 12 tribes. They made braided chains of pure gold cord of the breastpiece. They also fashioned 2 gold filigrees settings and 2 gold rings and attached the 2 rings to its 2 corners. They attached the gold cords of the gold rings of the corners of the breastpiece. They attached the other ends of the 2 cords of the filigree settings, and in its way they attached them to the ephod's shoulder pieces in front. They made 2 other gold rings and put them at the 2 other corners of the breastplate on the edge that is next to the inner border of the ephod. They made 2 more gold rings and attached them in the bottom of the ephod's 2 shoulders pieces on its front, close to its seam. Above the ephod's woven waistband, may they tied the breastplate from the rings to the rings of the ephod with a cord of blue yarn, so that the breastplate was above the ephod's waistband and it did not come loose from the ephod. They did just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Making the robe, they had woven the robe of ephod entirely of the yarn that was of opening in the center of the robe like that of body armor, with a collar around an opening so that it would not tear. They made pomegranates of finely spun blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and the lower hem of the robe. They made bells of pure gold and attached the bells between the pomegranates all around the hem of the robe. Between the pomegranates, a bell of and the pomegranate altering, and all around the lower hem of the robe to be worn for ministry. They made it just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The other priestly garments. They made the tunics of fine woven linen for Aaron and his sons. They made the turban and the turnate headbands of fine linen, and the linen undergarments of finely spun linen, and the sash of finely spun linen, expertly embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn. They did just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Making the holy diadem. They made a medallion of the holy diamond of out of pure gold and wrote on it an inscription like the engraved on a seal, holy to the Lord. They attached a cord of blue yarn in order to mount it on the turban, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses' inspection of the tabernacle. So, all the work for the tabernacle he sent the tent of meeting was finished. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses. They brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent with its furnishings, the clasp, its supports, its crossbars, and its pillars and its bases, the covering of ram skins dyed red, of the covering of the fine leather, the curtain for the screen, the ark of the testimony with its poles, and the mercy seat. The table, all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the pure gold lampstand with its lamps arranged, and its utensils, as well as the oil for the light. The gold altar, the anointing oil in the fragment incense, the screen for the entrance to the tent, the bronze altar with its bronze gates, its poles, and all its utensils, the basin with its stands, the hanging of the courtyard, its posts and bases, the screen for the gate of the country yard, its ropes and tent pegs, and all the furnishing for the service for the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and especially woven garments for ministering in the sanctuary, the holy garments for the priest Aaron, and the garments for his sons to serve as priests. The Israelites had done all the work according to everything the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses inspected all the work they had accomplished. Moses had inspected all the work they had accomplished. They had done just as the Lord commanded. Then Moses blessed them. Setting up the tabernacle. The Lord spoke to Moses, "You are to set up the tabernacle, the tent of the meeting of the first day of the first month. Put the ark of the testimony there and screen off the ark with the curtains. Then bring in the table and lay out its arrangements. Also, put the lamps light and set up its lamps. Place the gold altar for incense in front of the ark of the testimony. Put up the screen for the entrance of the tabernacle. Position the altar of the burnt offerings in front of the entrance of the tabernacle and the tent meeting. Place the basin between the tent of the meeting and the altar, and put the basin between the tent of the meeting and the altar, and put water in it. Assemble the surrounding courtyard and hang on the screen for the gate of the country yard. Take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it, consecrated along with all the furnishings so that it will be holy. Anoint the altar of burnt offerings and all its utensils. Consecrate the altar so that it will be especially holy. Anoint the basin and its stands and consecrate it. Then bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance to the tent of the meeting and wash them with water. Clothes. Okay. Then bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of the meeting and wash them with water. Clothe Aaron with the holy garments, anoint him, and consecrate him so that he can serve me as a priest. Have his sons come forward and clothe them in tunics. Anoint them just as you anointed their father, so that they may also serve me as priests. The anointing will serve to inaugurate a permanent priesthood throughout their generations. Moses did everything just as the Lord had commanded him. The tabernacle was set up in the first month in the second year, and on the first day of the month Moses set up the tabernacle. He laid its basis, positioned its supports, inserted its crossbars, and set up its pillars. Then he spread the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering of the tent on top of it, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses took up the testimony and placed it in the ark and attached its poles to the ark. He set up the mercy seat at top of the ark. He brought the ark into the tabernacle, put up the curtain of the screen, and screened off the ark of the testimony, just as the Lord had commanded him. Moses placed the table in the tent of the meeting of the north side, in the tabernacle. Outside of the curtain, he arranged the bread on it. Here he arranged the bread on it before the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. He put up the lamps. He put up the lampstand in the tent of meeting opposite of the table on the south side of the tabernacle, and set up the lamps before the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. Moses installed the gold altar in the tent of meeting in front of the curtain and burnt fragments incense on it, just as the Lord had commanded him. He put up the screen at the entrance of the tabernacle and placed the altar of burnt offerings at the entrance of the tabernacle and at the tent of meeting, and offered the burnt offering and the grain offering on it, just as the Lord had commanded him. He set up the basin between the tent of the meeting and the altar and put water in it for washing. Moses, Aaron, and his sons washed their hands and feet from it. They washed whatever they came to the tent of meeting and approached the altar just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Next, Moses set up the surrounding courtyard and the tabernacle and the altar of the hung a screen for the gate of the country's yard. So Moses finished the work. The Lord's glory, the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses was unable to enter the tent of meeting because of the cloud rested on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. The Israelites set out whenever the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle throughout all the stages of the journey. If the cloud was not taken up, they did not set up until the day it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was over the tabernacle by day, and there was a fire inside the cloud by night, visible to the entire house of Israel throughout all the stages of their journey. Wow. Leviticus. We're in Leviticus, guys. We're in Leviticus. The burnt offerings. The Lord summoned Moses and Leviticus. The the We're in Leviticus. The burnt offerings. Then the Lord summoned Moses and spoke to him for the tent of meeting. Speak of the Israelites and tell them, when any of you bring an offering to the Lord from the livestock, you may bring your offering from the herd of the flock. If this offering is a burnt offering from the herd, if this offering is a burnt offering from the herd, he is to bring an unblemished male. He will bring it to the entrance of the tent of the meeting so that he may be accepted by the Lord. He is to lay his hand on the head of the burnt offering so that it can be accepted on his behalf. To make anointment for him, he is to slaughter the bull before the Lord. Aaron's sons, the priests, are to present the blood and splatter it on all sides of the altar that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Then he is to skin the burnt offerings and cut it into pieces. Wow. The son of Aaron, the priest, will prepare the fire of the altar and arrange wood on the fire. Aaron's sons are to arrange the pieces of the head and the fat on top of the burning wood of the altar. The offerer is to wash its tails and legs with water. Then the priest will burn all of it in the altar as a burnt offering, a fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But if this offering for a burnt offering from the flock, from the sheep, or the goats, But if this offering for a burnt offering is from the flock, from the sheep or goats, he is to present an unblemished male. He will slaughter it in the north side of the altar before the Lord. Aaron's sons and the priests will splatter its blood against the altar of the sides. He will cut the animal into pieces, and with its head and the fat, and the priest will arrange them on top of the burning wood of the altar. But he is to wash the entrails and the legs with water. The priest will then present all of it and burn it on the altar, burn it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If this offering if this offering to the Lord is a burnt offering of birds, he is to present his offering from the turtle doves of young pigeons. Then the priest is to bring it to the altar and will twist off its head and burn it on the altar. Its blood will be drained by the side of the altar. He will receive this digestive tract, cutting off the tail feathers and throw it on the east side of the altar at the place for ashes. He will tear it open by its wings without diving the birds. Then the priest is to burn it on the altar on top of the burning wood. If it is a burnt offering, a fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The grain offering. The grain offering. When anyone presents a grain offering as an offering to the Lord, it is to consist of fine flour. He is to pour olive oil on it and put frankincense on it and bring it to Aaron's sons, the priest. The priest will take a handful of fine flour and oil from it, along with all of its frankincense, and will burn this memorial portion of it on the altar, the fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offerings will belong to Aaron and his sons, and the holiest part of the fire offerings to the Lord. When you present a grain offering baked in an oven, it is to be made of fine flour, either unleavened cakes mixed with oil or unleavened waters coated with oil. If your offering is a grain offering prepared on a griddle, it is to be unleavened bread made of fine flour mixed with oil. Break it into pieces and pour oil on it. It is a grain offering. If your if your offering is a grain offering prepared in a pan, it is to be made of fine flour with oil. When you bring to the Lord the grain offering in made in any of these days, it is to be presented to the priest, and he will take it to the altar. The priest will remove the memorial portion from the grain offering and burn it on the altar. The priest will remove the memorial portion. The priest will remove the memorial. The priest will remove the memorial portion. The priest will remove the memorial portion from the grain of the offering and burns it on the altar, a fire offering as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But the rest of the grain offering will belong to Aaron and his sons. It is the holiest part of the fire offerings to the Lord. No grain offering that you present to the Lord is to be made with yeast, for you are not to burn any yeast or honey as a fire offering to the Lord. You may present them to the Lord as an offering of first fruits, but they are not to be offered on the altar as a pleasing aroma. You are to season each of your grain offerings with salt. You must not omit from your grain offering the salt of the covenant with your God. You are to present salt with each of your offerings. If you present the grain offering to the first fruits to the Lord, you are to present fresh heads of grain, crushed kernels, roasted in on the fire, for your grain. For your grain. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. For your grain offerings of first fruit, You are to put oil and frankincense on it. It it is a grain offering. The priest will then burn some of the crushed kernels and oil with all of its frankincense of a fire offering to the Lord. The fellowship offering. If his offering is a fellowship sacrifice, if his fellowship is a if his offering is a fellowship sacrifice, and he has presented an animal from the herd, whether male or female, he is to present one without blemish before the Lord. Bless you. Bless you. He is to lay his hand on the head of the offering and slaughter it with the entrance of the tent of the meeting. Then Aaron's sons, the priest, will splatter the blood on all sides of the altar. He will present part of the fellowship sacrifice as a fire offering to the Lord. The fat surrounding the entrails, all the fat that is on the entrails, and the two kidneys with the fat on them at the lions. Excuse me, guys. I'm getting a headache, so pardon if it. Pardon, guys. I am getting a headache, so. Uh, He will present part of the fellowship sacrifice as a fire offering to the Lord. The fat surrounding the entrails, all the fat that is on the entrails, and the two kidneys from with the fat on them at the lions. He will also remove the fatty lube of the liver with the kidneys. Aaron's sons will burn it in the altar along with the burnt offerings. Salute. That is on the burning wood, a fire offering of a pleasing wood, a fire offering of a pleasing aroma to the Lord. If his offering as a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord is from the flock, he is to present a male or female without blemish. If he is presenting a lamb for his offering, he is to present it before the Lord. He must lay his hand on the head of the offering, then slaughter that he must lay his hand on the head of the offering, then slaughter it before the tent of meeting. Aaron's sons will splatter its blood on all sides of the altar. He will then present part of the fellowship sacrifice as a fire offering to the Lord, consisting of its fat and the entrance fat tail, which he is to remove close to the backbone. He will also remove the fat surrounding the entrails, and the fat on the entrails, the two kidneys with the fat on them at the lions, and the fatty lube of the liver above the kidneys. Then the priest will burn the food of the altar as a fire offering to the Lord. If his offering is a goat, he is to present it before the Lord. He is to lay his hand on its head and slaughter it before the tent of meeting. Aaron's sons will splatter its blood all sides of the altar. He will present part of his offering as a fire offering to the Lord, the fat surrounding the entrails and the fat that is on the entrails, and the two kidneys with the fat on them at the lions. He will also remove the fatty lube of the liver with the kidneys. Then the priest will burn the food of the altar as a fire offering for the pleasing aroma. All fat belongs to the Lord. This is this this is permanent statute. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. Wherever you go, live, you must not eat any fat or any blood. The sin offering. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, tell the Israelites, when someone sins, um, unintentionally, unintentionally against any of the Lord's commands and does anything prohibited by them, if the anointed priest sins, bringing guilt on the people, is to uh, if the anointed priest sins, bringing guilt on the people, he is to present to the Lord a young unblemished bull as a sin offering for the sin he has committed. He is to bring the bull of the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord, lay his hand on the bull's head, and slaughter it before the Lord. The anointed priest will then take some of the bull's blood and bring it into the tent of meeting. The priest is to dip his fingers on the blood and sprinkle some of it 7 times before the Lord is in front of the curtains of the sanctuary. The priest is to apply some of the blood to the horns of the altar, a fragment incense that is before the Lord in the tent of the meeting. He must pour out the rest of the bull's blood at the base of the altar of burnt offerings, that is at the entrance of the tent of the meeting. He is to remove all the fat from the bull of the sin offering and the fat surrounding the entrails, all the fat that is in the entrails, the 2 kidneys with the fat on them at the lions. He will also remove the fatty lobe of the liver from the kidneys, just as the fat is removed from the ox of the fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to burn them on the altar, burnt offerings, and then hide of the bull and all of its flesh, with its head and legs and its entrails and waste. All of the rest of the bulls he must all bring to a ceremony clean place outside of the camp, to an ashen heap. It must burn it on the wood fire. It's to be burnt of the ash heap. Now, if the whole community of Israelites were on the matter escapes, the notice of assembly, so that they violate any of the Lord's commands and incur guilt by doing what is prohibited, then assembly must present a young bull as a sin offering. They uh, they are to bring it before the tent of meeting when the sin have they they have commanded in regard to the command becomes known. The elders of the community are to lay their hands on the bull's head before the Lord, and it is to be slaughtered before the Lord. The anointed priest will bring some of the bull's blood into the tent of meeting. The priest is to dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the curtain. He is to apply some of the blood of to the horns of the altar that is to that is before the Lord is on the tent of meeting. He will pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar and burnt offerings, that is at the entrance of the tent of meeting. He is to remove all the fat from it and burn it on the altar. He is to offer this bull just as he did with the bull of the sin offerings. He will offer the same weight, so the priest will make anointed on their behalf, and they will be forgiven. When he will bring the bull outside of the camp and burn it just as he burnt the first bull. It is a sin offering for the assembly. When a leader sins and unintentionally violates any of the commands of the Lord his God by doing what is prohibited and incurs guilt, or someone confronts him about the sin he has committed, he is to bring an unblemished male goat as his offering. He is to lay his hand on the head of the goat and slaughter it at the place where the burnt of offerings is slaughtered before the Lord. It is a sin offering. When the priest is to take some of the blood from the sin offering with his finger and apply it unto the horns of the altar of burnt offerings, the rest of its blood he is to pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offerings. He must burn all of its fat on the altar, like the fat of the fellowship sacrifice. In this way, the priest will make anointment on his behalf of the person's sin, and he will be forgiven. Any Now, if any of the common people sin unintentionally by violating one of the Lord's commands, that does what is prohibited and incurs guilt, or if someone confronts him about the sin he is commanded, he is to bring an unblemished female goat as his offering for the sin that he has committed. He is to lay his hands on the head of the sin offering and slaughter it at the place of burnt offerings. Then the priest is to take some of its blood and with his finger and apply it on the horns of the altar. And burnt offerings, he is to pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. He is to remove all of its fat, just as the fat is removed from the fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to burn it on the altar as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement on this behalf, and he will be forgiven. Or if the offering that he brings as a sin offering is a lamb, he is to bring an unblemished female. He is to lay his hands on the head of the sin offering and slaughter it as a sin offering. And slaughtered as a sin offering at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered. Then the priest is to take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and apply it to the horns of the altar of burnt offerings. He is to pour out the rest of the blood of the base of the altar. He is to remove all of its fat, just as the fat of the lamb is removed from the fellowship sacrifice. The priest will burn it on the altar along with the fire offerings of the Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf for the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven. Cases requiring sin offerings. When someone sins in or any of these ways, if he has seen, heard, or is known about something he has witnessed, he did not respond to a public call to testify, he will bear his inquiry. For if someone touches anything unclean, a carcass, or an unclean wild animal, or unclean livestock, or an unclean swarming creature, without being aware of it, he is unclean or incurs guilt. Or if he touches human uncleanness, any uncleanness by which one can become defiled, when later recognizes he incurs guilt, or if someone swears rashly to do what is good or evil. Concerning anything, a person may speak rashly in an oath without being aware of it, but later recognizes he incurs guilt in such an instance. If someone incurs guilt in one of these cases, he is to confess he has committed that sin. He must bring his penalty for guilt for the sin he has committed for the Lord, a female lamb or a goat from the flock as a sin offering. Leviticus. In this way, the priest will make atonement on his behalf for his sin. But if he cannot afford an animal from the flock, then he may bring. But if he cannot afford an animal from the flock, then he may bring to the Lord 2 turtle doves or young pigeons as penalty for guilt of sin, one of his sin offerings and other as a burnt offerings. He is to bring them to the priest, who will present the one for the sin offerings. He is to twist its head at the back of the neck without serving it. Then he will sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering on the side of the altar, while the rest of the blood is to be drained out the far base of the altar. It is a sin offering. He will prepare the second bird as a burnt offering according to the regulations. If this way, the priest will make atonement for his behalf for the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven. But if he cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, he may bring 2 quarts of fine flour as an offering for his sin. He must not put olive oil or frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering. He is to bring it to the priest, who will take a handful from it as its memorial portion and burn it on the altar. To the Lord, it is a sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement. What the hell? The In this way, the priest will make atonement for his behalf concerning the sin he has committed in any of these cases. He will be forgiven. The rest will belong to the priest, like the grain offering. The guilt offering. When the Lord spoke to Moses, if someone offends by sinning unintentionally in regard to any of the Lord's holy things, he must bring his penalty for guilt to the Lord, an unblemished ram from the flock, based on your assessment of its value in silver shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel, as a guilt offering. He is to make restitutions for his sin regarding any holy thing, adding a fifth of its value to it, and give it to the priest. Then the priest will make atonement on his behalf with the ram of the guilt offering, and he will be forgiven. If someone sins and without knowing it violates any of the Lord's commands concerning anything prohibited, he is guilty and he will bear his iniquity. He must bring an unblemished ram from the flock according to your assessment of its value as a guilt offering. Then the priest will make atonement on his behalf for the error he has committed unintentionally, and he will be forgiven. It is a guilt offering. He is indeed guilty before the Lord. The Lord spoke to Moses, then someone. The Lord spoke to Moses, then. The Lord spoke to Moses, then someone. The Lord spoke to Moses when someone sins and offends the Lord by deceiving his neighbor, in regard to a deposit of security or a robbery, or defrauds his neighbor, or finds something lost and lies about it, or swears falsely about any of the sinful things a person may do. Once he has sinned and acknowledges his guilt, he must return what he stole or defrauded, or the deposit entrusted to him, or the lost item he found, or anything else about which he swore falsely. He will make full restitution for it and add a fifth of its value to it. He is to pay to its owner on the day he acknowledged his guilt. He is to bring his guilt offerings to the Lord, an unblemished ram from the flock, according to your assessment of its value as a guilt offering for the priest. On its way to the priest will make atonement on his behalf before the Lord. He will be forgiven for anything he may have done to incur guilt. The burnt offering. The Lord spoke to Moses, commanded Aaron and his sons. This is the law of the burnt offering. The burnt offering itself must remain on the altar's hearth all night until morning, while the fire of the altar is kept burning on it. The priest is to put on his linen robe and linen garments. He is to remove the ashes from the burnt offering the fire has commanded on the altar and place them aside the altar. Then he will take off his garments, put on other clothes, and bring the ashes outside the lamp to a ceremonially clean place. The fire on the altar is to keep burning. It must not go out. Every morning the priest will burn wood on the fire. He is to arrange the burnt offerings on the fire and burn the fat portions from the fellowship offering on it. The fire must be kept burning on the altar. The fire must be kept burning on the altar continuously. It must not go out. The grain offering. Now this is the law of the grain offering. Aaron's sons will present it before the Lord in from the altar. The priest is to remove a handful of fine flour and olive oil from the grain offerings with all the frankincense that is on the offering, and burn its memorial portion to the altar as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. Aaron and his sons may eat the rest of it. It is to be eaten by it is to be eaten in the form of unleavened bread in the holy place. There are to be eaten in the country yard of the tent of meeting. It must not be baked with yeast. I have assigned it as their portion for my fire offering. It is especially holy, like the sin offering and the guilt offering. Any male offering, Aaron's descendants may eat it. It is a permanent portion throughout your generations from the fire offerings to the Lord. Anything that touches the offering will become holy. The Lord spoke to Moses, "This is the offering that Aaron and his sons are what?" The Lord spoke to Moses, "This is the offering that Aaron and his sons are to present to the Lord on the fifth day. He is anointed with 2 quarts of fine flour as a regular grain offering, while the grain offering, half of it in the morning, half of it in the evening. It is to be prepared with oil on a griddle. You are to bring it well kneaded. You are to present it as a grain offering of baked pieces, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. The priest who is one of Aaron's sons and will be anointed to take his place is to prepare it. It must be completely burnt as a permanent position to the Lord. Every grain offering is a for a priest will be a whole burnt offering. It is not to be eaten. The priest who is one of Aaron's sons will be anointed to take will will be the priest who is one of Aaron's sons will be anointed to take its place, to prepare it. It must be completely burnt as a permanent portion of the Lord. Every grain offering for the priest will be a whole burnt offering. It will not be eaten. The sin offering. The sin offering. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Aaron and his sons that is the law of the sin offering. The sin offering is the most holy and must be slaughtered before the Lord at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered. The priest who offers it as a sin offering will eat it. It is to be eaten in a holy place, in the country yard of the tent of meeting. Anything that touches its flesh will become holy. And if any of its blood spatters on a garment, then you must wash the garment in a holy place. A clay pot in which the sin offering is boiled is to be broken. It is boiled in a bronze vessel. It is to be secured and rinsed with water. Any male among the priests may eat it. It is escapably holy, but no sin offering may be eaten in its blood, as has been throughout but as has been brought into the tent of the meeting to make atonement in the holy place, it must be burned. The guilt offering. Now, this is the law of the guilt offering. Offering it is especially holy. The guilt offering is to be slaughtered at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered, and the priest is to splatter its blood on all sides of the altar. The offer is to present all the fat from it, the fat tail and the fat surrounding the entrails and the 2 kidneys with the fat on them at the lions. He will also remove the fatty lube of the liver with the kidneys. The priest will burn them on the altar as a fire offering of the Lord. It is a guilt offering. Any male among the priests may eat it. It is to be eaten in a holy place. It is especially holy. The guilt offering is like the sin offering. The law is of the same for both. It belongs to the priest who makes atonement with it. As for the priest who presents someone's burnt offering, the height of the burnt offering he has presented belongs to him. It is the priest's. Any grain offering that is hooked on an oven or prepared on a pan or a griddle belongs to the priests who present it. It is his, but any grain offering, whether dry or mixed with oil, belongs equally to all of Aaron's sons. The fellowship sacrifice. Now, this is the law of the fellowship sacrifice that someone may present to the Lord. If he presents it for thanksgiving, in addition to the thanksgiving sacrifice, he is to present unleavened cakes mixed with olive oil, unleavened unleavened wafers coated with oil, and well knelt cakes on fine flour mixed with oil. He is to present as his offering cakes of unleavened bread with his thanksgiving sacrifice of fellowship. From the cakes he is to present one portion of each offering as a contribution to the Lord. It will belong to the priest who splatters the blood of his fellowship in in it is his. The meat of his thanksgiving sacrifice of fellowship must be eaten on the day he offers it. He may not leave any of it until morning. The sacrifice he offers is a vow, or a vow of free will, or a free will offering. It is to be eaten on the day he presents his sacrifices, and that what is left over may be eaten on the next day. But what remains is the sacrificial meat. By the third day it must be burnt. If any of the meat of his fellowship sacrifices is eaten on the third day, it will not be accepted. It will not be credited to the one who presents it. It is repulsive. The person who eats any of it will bear his iniquity. Meat that touches anything unclean must not be eaten. It is to be burnt. Everyone who is clean may eat any other meat, but the one who eats meat from the Lord's fellowship sacrifices while he is unclean, that person must be cut off from his people. If someone touches anything unclean, whether human uncleanness, an unclean animal, or any unclean and horrid creature, or eats meat from the Lord's fellowship sacrifice, the person is to be cut off from his people. The fat and blood prohibited. Fat and blood prohibited. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, you are not to eat any fat of an ox, a sheep, or a goat. The fat of an animal dies naturally or is mauled by wild beasts may be used for any other purpose, but you must not eat it. If anyone eats animal fat from a fire offering presented to the Lord, the person who eats it is to be cut off from his people. Wherever you live, you must not eat the blood of any bird or animal. Whoever eats any blood is to be cut off from its people." The portion for the priest. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, the one who presents a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord is to bring an offering to the Lord from his sacrifice. His own hands will bring the fire offering to the Lord. He will bring the fat offering with the breast. The breast of is to be presented as a presentation offering before the Lord. The priest is to burn the fat of the altar, but the breast belongs to Aaron and his sons. You are to give the right thigh to the priest as a contribution from your fellowship sacrifice. The son of Aaron who presents the blood of the fellowship offering and the fat will have the right thigh as a portion. I have taken from the Israelites the breast of the presentation offering, and the thighs of the contribution from their fellowship sacrifice, and have assigned them to the priest Aaron and his sons as a permanent portion from the Israelites. This is the portion from the fire offerings to the Lord for Aaron and his sons since the day they were presented to serve the Lord as priests, the Lord to serve the Lord as priests. The Lord commanded this be given to them by the Israelites on the day he anointed them. It is permanent. It is a permanent portion throughout their generations. It is the law of the burnt offering, the grain offering, and the sin offering, and the guilt offering, and the ordination offering, and the fellowship sacrifice, which the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai. On the day he commanded the Israelites to present their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. Ordination of Aaron and his sons. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Take Aaron, his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and the blood, and the bowl of the sin offering, the 2 rams, and the basket of the unleavened bread, and assemble the whole community at the entrance to the tent of meeting." So Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the community assembled at the entrance to the tent of the meeting. Moses said to them, "This is what the Lord has commanded to be done." Then Moses presented Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. He put the tunic on Aaron, wrapped the staff around him, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod on him. He put the woven bands on the ephod around him and fastened it to him. Then he put the breastplates on him and placed the Urim and Thummim into the breastplate. He also put the turban and on his head and placed the gold medallion, the holy diadem, and on the front of the turban. And the Lord had commanded Moses. Then Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and everything in it to consecrate them. He sprinkled some of the oil of the altar 7 times, anointing the altar within all of its utensils and the basin with its stands there to consecrate them. He poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head and anointed and constructed him. Then Moses presented Aaron's sons, clothed them in tunics, and wrapped sashes around them and fastened headbands on them, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he brought the bull near the near. Then he brought the bull near the sin of the offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the bull for their sin offerings. Then Moses slaughtered it, took the blood and applied it with its fingers on to the horns of the altar on all sides, purifying the altar. He poured out the blood at the base of the altar and consecrated it so that atonement can be made on it. Moses took all the fat that was on the entrails, the fatty lobe of the silver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and he burnt them on the altar. He burnt the bull with its hide flesh and the waste outside the camp as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he presented the ram of the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their heads on the head of the ram. Moses slaughtered it and splattered the blood on all sides of the altar. Moses cut the ram into pieces and burnt the head, the pieces of the other fat, but he washed the entrails of the legs with water. He then burnt the entire ram on the altar. It was burnt offering from a pleasing aroma, a fire offering from the Lord he has commanded Moses. Then he presented the second ram and the ram of ordination. Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram. Moses slaughtered it, took some of its blood, and put it on Aaron's right earlobe, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the rig one of his right foot. Moses also presented Aaron's sons and put some of the blood on their right earlobes, on the ear tones of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. Then Moses splattered the blood on all sides of the altar. He took the fat and the fat tail. At all the fat was on the entrails, the fatty lobe of the liver, and the two kidneys within their fat, as well as the right thigh from the basket of the unleavened bread that was before the Lord. He took 1 cake of the unleavened bread, 1 cake of the bread made with oil, and one wafer, and placed them on the fat portions and the right thigh. He put all these in the hands of Aaron and his sons, and presented them before the Lord as a presentation offering. Then Moses took them from their hands, and burnt them on the altar with a burnt offering. This was an ordination offering, a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to the Lord. He also took the breast and presented it before the Lord as a presentation offering. It was Moses' portions of the ordination ram as the Lord had commanded him. Then Moses took one of the anointing oil and some of the blood that was on the altar, and sprinkled them on Aaron and his garments, as well as his sons and their garments. In this may this way he was consecrated, Aaron and his garments, as well as his sons and his garments. Moses said to Aaron and his sons, boil the meat of the entrance and unto the tent of the meeting, and eat it there with the bread that is in the basket for the ordination offering, as I commanded. Aaron and his sons were able to eat it. Burn up what it remains in the meat and bread. Do not go outside the entrance to the tent meeting for 7 days, until the time of your days of ordination are completed, because it will take 7 days to ordain you. The Lord commanded what has been done today in order to make atonement for you. You must remain at the entrance at the tent of meeting each day and night for 7 days, and keep the Lord's change, so that you will not die. For this is what I was commanded. So Aaron and his sons did everything the Lord had commanded through Moses. The priestly ministry inaugurated. On the 8th day, Moses summoned Aaron and his sons, on the elders of Israel. On the 8th day, Moses summoned Aaron and his sons, and on the elders of Israel. He said to Aaron, take a young bull for a sin offering, the ram for a burnt offering, both without blemish, and present them before the Lord. And tell the Israelites, take a male goat, a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, male yearlings without blemish for a burnt offerings, an ox and a ram for fellowship offering to sacrifice before the Lord, and the grain offering mixed with oil. For today the Lord is going to appear to you. They brought what Moses had commanded to the front of the tent of meeting, and on the whole community came before and stood before the Lord. Moses said, this is what the Lord commanded you to do, and the glory of the Lord may appear to you. Then Moses said to Aaron, approach the altar and sacrifice your sin offerings and burnt offerings. Make atonement for yourself and the people. Sacrifice the people offerings and make atonement for them, as the Lord commanded. So Aaron approached the altar and slaughtered the calf as a sin offering for himself. Aaron's sons brought the blood to him, and he dipped his fingers in the blood and applied it in the horns of the altar. He poured out the blood at the base of the altar. He burnt fat kidneys and the fatty lobe of the liver from the sin offering of the altar, and the Lord had commanded Moses. He burnt the flesh and the hide above outside the camp. Then he slaughtered the burnt offering. Aaron's sons brought him to the blood. He splattered it on all sides of the altar, then brought him to the burnt offerings, piece by piece, along with the head. He burnt them on the altar. He washed the entrails and the leg, and burnt them with the burnt offering of the altar.
Aaron presented the people's offerings. He took the male goat for the people's sins offerings, slaughtered it, and made a sin offering with it as he did before. He presented the burnt offerings and sacrificed it around to the regulation. Next, he presented the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burnt it on the altar in addition to the morning burnt offering. Finally, he slaughtered the ox and the ram as the people's fellowship sacrifice. Aaron's sons brought him the brought him the blood and splattered, and he splattered it on all sides of the altar. They also brought a fat portion from the ox and the ram, the fat tail and the fat surrounding the entrails, the kidney and the fat lobe and the liver. Placed these on the breast. Aaron burnt the fat portions of the altar, but he presented the breast and the right thigh a representation as a presentation offering before the Lord, as Moses had commanded. Aaron lifted up his hands towards the people and blessed them. He came down after sacrificing the sin offering and burnt offering and the fellowship offering. Moses and Aaron then entered the tent of meeting. When they came out, they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. Fire came to the Lord, came from the Lord. Fire came from the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat portions of the altar. And then all the people saw it. They shouted and fell face down. Nadab and Abuhi, Nadab and Abihu, Aaron's sons Nadab and Abihu, each took his own fire pan and put fire on it. They sound like Egyptian, like the people with the masks. Put a fire on it, placed incense on it, and presented an authorized fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded. Okay. And presented unauthorized fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them to do. Then fire came from the Lord and constructed them, and they died before the Lord. Moses said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord has spoken. I will demonstrate my holiness to those who are near me, and I will reveal my glory before all the people." And Aaron remained silent. Moses summoned Mishael. Moses summoned Mishael and Elzaphan, sons of Aaron's uncle Uzziel, and said to them, "Come here and carry your relatives away from the front of the sanctuary to a place outside the camp, so that they come forward," and carried them to their tunics outside the camp. And Moses said to them, Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, "Do not let your hair hang loose, and do not tear your clothes, or else you will die." And the Lord became angry with the whole community. "Before your brothers, the whole house of Israel may weep over the conflict conflagration the Lord ignited. You must not go outside the entrance of the tent of meeting. You will you will die, for the Lord's anointing oil is on you." So they did as Moses said. Regulations for priests. The Lord spoke to Aaron, "You and your sons are not to drink wine. You and your sons are not to drink wine or beer when you enter the tent of meeting, or else you will die. This is a permanent, or else you will die. Wine or beer, or else you will die. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. You must distinguish between the holy and the common, and the clean and the unclean, and teach the Israelites all the statutes that the Lord may has given to them through Moses. Moses spoke to Aaron and his remaining sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, "Take the grain offering that is left over for the fire offering to the Lord, and eat it prepared without yeast, besides the altar. because it is especially holy. You must eat it in a holy place, because it is your portion, and your sons from the fire offerings to the Lord. For this is what I was commanded. But you and your sons and your uh, uh, what the hell? Welcome, welcome, guys. We are reading the Bible right now. So, because it is especially holy, mu- you must eat it in a holy place, because it is your portion, and your sons from the fire offerings to the Lord. For this is what I was commanded. But you and your sons and your daughters may eat the breast of the presentation offerings and the thigh of the contributions in any ceremonially clean place, because these portions have been assigned to you and your children. For the Israelites, for the Israelites' fellowship sacrifices, they are to bring the thigh of the contribution to the breast of the presentation offering, together with the offerings of fat portions made by fire, to present as a presentation offerings. Before the Lord, it will belong permanently to you. Your children, as the Lord commanded. Then Lord inquired peacefully about the male goats and the sin offerings, but it had already been burnt up. He was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's surviving sons, and asked, "Why didn't you eat the sin offering in the sanctuary area? For it is especially holy, and he has assigned it to you to take away the guilt of the community and to make atonement for them before the Lord. Since its blood was not brought inside the sanctuary, you should not have eaten in the sanctuary area, as I commanded." But Aaron replied to Moses, "See, today they presented their sin offerings and their burnt offerings before the Lord. Since these things have happened to me, if I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been capable? Would it have been acceptable in the Lord's sight?" Then Moses heard this, and it was acceptable to him. Clean and unclean land animals. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. "Tell the Israelites, you may eat all these kinds of land animals. You may eat all these kinds of land animals. You may eat any animal with divided hooves and that chews the clouds and cows and with cows that divided cows and that chews the cows. But among the ones that chew the cud or have divided cubs, you are not to eat these. Camels, through though they chew the cud, do not have divided hooves. They are unclean for you. Through Hyraxes through the chew of the cud, do not have hooves. They are unclean for you. Harris, through they chew in the cud, do not have hooves. They are unclean for you. Pigs, though they have divided hooves, do not chew the cud. They are unclean for you. Do not eat any of their meat or touch their carcasses. They are unclean for you. Clean and unclean aquatic animals. This is what you may eat from all that is in the water. You may eat everything in the water that has fins and scales, whether in the seas or streams, but these are to be abhorrent to you. Everything in the area in the seas or steams that does not have fins or scales, among all the swarming things and other living creatures in the waters, they are to remain abhorrent to you. You must not eat any of the meat, and you must abhor their carcasses. Everything in the water that does not have fins and scales will be abhorrent to you. Will be abhorrent to. What does abhorrent mean? Unclean birds. You are to abhor these birds. They must not be eaten because they are abhorrent. Eagles, bearded vultures, Egyptian vultures, kites, any kind of falcon, every kind of raven, ostriches, short-eared owls, gulls, any kind of hawk, wild owls, cormorants, long-eared owls, barn owls, eagle owls, osprey, storks, any kind of heron, hoopoes, and bats, the clean and unclean flying insects. Clean and unclean flying insects. All winged insects that walk on all fours are to be abhorrent to you, but you may eat all kinds of all the winged insects that walk on the floors, those that have uh, but you may eat these kinds of winged insects that walk on all fours, those that have joint legs above their feet for hopping on the ground. You may eat these. Any kinds of locusts, katydid, cricket, and grasshoppers, all other winged insects that have 4 feet are to be abhorrent to you. Purification after touching dead animals. These will make you unclean. Whoever touches these carcasses will be unclean until evening, and whoever carries any of their carcasses, uh, carcasses, whoever carcasses will be unclean until evening, and whoever carries any of their carcasses is to wash his clothes and will be unclean until evening. All okay, guys. What do you guys think of the current Leviticus books? I read it's possible. I read it's possible to I read it's possible um to read the Bible in 24 hours. Wow. Okay. These will make you unclean. Whoever touches their carcasses will be unclean until evening, and whoever carries any of their carcasses is to wash his clothes, and it will be unclean until evening. All animals that have hooves but do not have a divided hoof and do not chew the cuff are unclean for you. Whoever touches them becomes unclean. All the four-hooded animals that walk on their paws, and all four-hooded animals that walk on their paws are unclean for you. Whoever touches their carcasses will become clean until evening. And anyone who carries their carcasses is to wash his clothes and to unclean this until evening. They are unclean for you. These these creatures that swarm on the ground are unclean for you. Weasels, mice, any kind of large lizard, geckos, monitor lizards, common lizards, stinks, and chameleons. These are the unclean for you among all the swarming creatures. Whoever touches them when they are dead will be unclean until evening. When any of them when any one of them dies and falls on anything, it becomes unclean. Any item of wood, clothing, leather, sackcloth, or any implement used for work, it is to be rinsed with water and will remain unclean until evening. Then it will be clean. If any of them falls into any clay pot, everything in it will become unclean. You are to break it. Any edible food coming from the contact that is unclean waters will become unclean, and that is drinkable liquid or of any container will become unclean. Anything on their carcasses falls on will become unclean. It is on the woven stove or it is on woven or stove. It is to be smashed. It is unclean. It will remain unclean for you. A spring or cistern containing water will remain clean, but someone who touches a carcass in it will become unclean. If one of their carcasses falls on any sea that is to be shown, it is clean. But if water has been put out of the sea and one of their carcasses falls on it, it is unclean for you. If one of the animals if one of the animals that you use for food dies, anyone who touches its carcass will become unclean until evening. Anyone who eats some of the carcass is to wash its clothes and will be unclean until evening. Anyone who carries its carcass must wash its clothes and will be unclean until evening. Unclean swarming creatures. Okay, let's see. Unclean swarming creatures. So that's pretty cool. Unclean swarming creatures. Unclean swarming creatures. All the creatures that swarm on the earth are abhorrent. They must not be eaten. Do not eat any of the creatures that swarm on the earth. Anything that moves on its belly or walks in all fours or on many feet, for they are abhorrent. Do not become contaminated by any creature that swarms. Do not become unclean or defiled by them. For I am the Lord your God. You must not consecrate yourselves and be holy because I am holy. Do not defile yourselves by any swarming creature that crawls on the ground. For I am the Lord who brought you up from the land of Egypt to be your God. So you must be holy because I am holy. It is the law concerning animals, birds, all living creatures that move in the water, and all creatures that swarm in the ground, in order to distinguish between the unclean and the clean, between the animals that may be eaten and those that may not be eaten. Purification after childbirth. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell the Israelites, when a woman becomes pregnant and gives birth to a male child, she will be unclean 7 days, and she is during the days of her menstrual impurity. The flesh of his foreskin must be circumcised on the 8th day. She will continue in purification from her bleeding for 33 days. She must not touch any holy thing or go into the sanctuary until completed her days of purification. But if she gives birth to a female child, she will be unclean for 2 weeks. As she is during her menstrual impurity, she will continue in purification from her bleeding for 66 days. When her days of purification, let's see, when her days of purification. When her days of purification are complete, whether for a son or daughter, she is to bring to the priest at the entrance to the tent of meeting a year old male lambs for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or turtle dove for a sin offering. He will present them before the Lord and make atonement to her behalf, and she will be clean for her discharge of blood. This is the law for a woman giving birth, whether to a male or female, but she doesn't have a sufficient means for a sheep. She may take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one of the burnt offerings and the other for a sin offering. Then the priest will make atonement on her behalf, and she will be clean. Skin disease. The Lord spoke to the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. When a person has a swelling scab or a spot on the skin of his body, it may be a serious disease on the skin of his body. He is to be brought to the priest, Aaron, or to one of his sons, the priest. The priest will examine the sore of the skin of his body. If the hair in the sore has turned white and the sore appears to be deeper than the skin of his body, it is in fact a serious skin disease. After the priest examines him, he must pronounce him unclean. But if the spot of the skin but if the spot of the skin of his body is white and does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and the hair in it has not turned white, priest will quarantine the stricken person for 7 days. The priest will then re-examine him in the seventh day. If he sees that the sore remains unchanged and has not spread on the skin, the priest will quarantine him for another 7 days. The priest will examine him again, and on the seventh day, if the sore has faded and has not spread on the skin, the priest is to pronounce him clean. It is a scab. The person is to wash his clothes and will become clean. But if the scab spreads further in his skin after he has presented himself to the priest for his cleansing, he is to present himself again to the priest. The priest will examine him as the scab and has spread on the skin. Then the priest must pronounce him unclean. He has a serious skin disease. When a case of serious skin disease may have developed on a person, he is to be brought to the priest. The priest will examine him. If there is a white swelling in the skin that has turned the hair white, and there is a patch of raw flesh in the swelling, it it is a chronic serious disease on the skin of his body, and the priest must pronounce him unclean. He need not quarantine him, for he is unclean. But if the skin disease breaks out all over the skin, so that it covers all the skin of the stricken person from his head to his feet, so far as the priest can see, the priest will look it, and if the skin disease has covered his entire body, he is to pronounce the stricken person clean. Since he has turned totally white, he is clean. But whatever raw flesh appears on him, he will be unclean. When the priest examines the raw flesh, he must pronounce him unclean. Raw flesh is unclean. This is a serious skin disease. This is a serious skin disease. But if the raw flesh changed and turns white, he is to go to the priest. The priest will examine him, and if the sore has turned white, the priest must pronounce the stricken person clean. He is clean. When a boiled person appears on the skin of somebody's body and it heals, and a white swelling on a reddish white spot develops where the boil was, the person is to present himself to the priest. The priest will make an examination of the spot. See, of the will make an examination, and if the spots seem to be beneath the skin and a hair, and it has turned white, the priest must pronounce him unclean. It is a case of serious skin disease that has broken out of the boil. But when the priest examines it, if there is no white hair in it, if there's no white hair in it, and it is not beneath the skin but is faded, the priest will quarantine him 7 days. It is spread full. It spreads further in the skin, and priest must pronounce him unclean. It is a fact. It is in fact a disease, but if the spot remains where it is and it does not spread, uh, so is there anything to eat?
When I come back.
Okay. All right. Okay. One moment. But if the spot remains clean when it does not, let's see. Let's go. Oh wow! I haven't even. It spreads further in the skin. Ah, what the hell? Okay, this is. Yeah. If it spreads further on the skin and priest must pronounce him unclean. It is a fact of disease. But if the spot remains where it is and does not spread, it is only the scar from the boil. The priest is to pronounce him unclean. When there is a burnt on the skin of one's body produced by fire, and the patch made raw by the burn becomes reddish, white or white, the priest is to examine it. If the altar is in the spot and has turned white, what the hell? When there is a burnt on the skin of one's body produced by fire, and the patch made or raw by the burn becomes reddish, white, or white, the priest is to examine it. If the hair in the spot has turned white and the spot appears to be deeper than the skin, it is a serious skin disease that has broken out of the burn. The priest must pronounce him unclean. It is a serious skin disease, but when the priest examines it, there is no white hair in the spot, and it is not beneath the skin, but it's faded. The priest will quarantine him 7 days. The priest will re-examine him on the seventh day. It has spread further on the skin. The priest must pronounce him unclean. It is in fact a case of serious skin disease, but if the spot has remained where it was and has not spread on the skin, it but is faded, it is the swelling from the burn. The priest is to pronounce him clean, for it is only the scar from the burn. When a when a When a man or woman has a condition on the head or chin, when the priest is to examine the condition, if it appears to go deeper than the skin, and the hair in it is yellow, and the parts of the priest must pronounce the person unclean, it is a scaly outbreak, a serious skin disease in the head or chin. When the priest examines the scarly condition, if it does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair in it, the priest will quarantine the person with the scarlet condition for 7 days. The priest will re-examine the condition on the seventh day. If the scarlet The priest will re-examine the condition on the seventh day. If the scarlet outbreak has not spread out there is no yellow hair in it, and it does not appear to be deeper than the skin, the person is to shave himself, but not shave the scarlet area. The priest will quarantine the person who has the scarlet outbreak for another 7 days. The priest will examine the scarlet outbreak on the seventh day, and if it has not spread on the skin, it does not appear on the deeper than the skin, the priest is to produce the person unclean. He is to wash his clothes, and he will be clean. But if a scarlet outbreak spreads further on the skin after his cleansing, the priest is to examine the person. If the scarlet outbreak has spread on the skin, the priest does not need to look for yellow hair. The person is unclean. But if as far as he can see, the scarlet outbreak remains unchanged, the black hair has grown in it, then it has healed, he is clean. The priest is to pronounce the person clean. When a man or woman has a white spot on the skin of the body, the priest is to make an examination of the spots on the skin of the body or bull white. It is only rash that has broken out in the skin. The person is clean. If a man loses the hair on his head, he is bald, but he is clean. If he loses the hair of his hairline, he is bald on his forehead, but he is clean. If there is reddish white on the condition of the bald head or forehead, it is a serious skin disease. Breakout on his forehead or forehead. The priest is to examine him, and his swelling on the condition on his bald head or forehead is reddish white, like the appearance of a serious skin disease of the body. The man is afflicted with a serious skin disease. He is unclean. The priest must pronounce him unclean. The infection is on his head. The person who has a case of serious skin disease is to have his clothes torn. The person who has a case of serious skin disease is to have his clothes torn and his hair hanging loose. He must be covered his mouth and cry out, "Unclean, unclean." He will remain unclean as long as he has the disease. He is unclean. He must live alone in a place outside the camp. Contaminated fabrics. If a fabric is contaminated by mildew or a wool or linen fabric in a wrap of weft of linen or hoof in a leather or anything made of leather, and if contaminated in green and red fabric, the leather in the wrap, the weft or any leather article, it is a mildew contamination and is to be shown to a priest. The priest is to examine the contamination and quarantine the the contaminated fabric for 7 days. The priest is to re examine the contamination of the seventh day. If it has spread the fabric, the warmth, or the wealth of a leather, regardless of how it is used. The contamination is harmful mildew. It is unclean. He is to burn the fabric, the warp or wealth of wool or linen, on any leather article which is contaminated, since it is harmful. Midlo, it must be burned. When the priest examines it, wow, the contamination has not spread, and the fabric does warp. Okay. Termination has not spread in the fabric, the warp or nails or any leather article. The priest is to order whatever is contaminated to be washed or quarantined for another 7 days. After it has been washed, the priest is to re examine the contamination. If the appearance of the contaminated article has not changed, it is unclean. But even though the contamination has not spread, you must burn the fabric. It is a fungus on the front or back of the fabric. If the priest examines it and the contamination has not faded after it has been washed, then it is cut to be contaminated section out of the fabric, the leather, or the swarp of wealth. But if it reappears on the fabric, the warp or wealth, or any leather article it has broken out again, you must burn whatever is contaminated with the fabric, the wilt, or nail, or any leather article which has been washed. It is to be washed again, and it will be clean. If this is the law concerning a midlu con- contamination in wool or knitting fabric, warp or wool, or any leather article, or in order to pronounce it clean or unclean. Cleaning of skin disease. The Lord spoke to Moses, "This is the law concerning the person afflicted with a skin disease on the day of his cleansing. He is to be brought to the priest, who will go outside of the camp and examine him. If the priest If the skin disease has disappeared from the afflicted person, the priest will order that two live clean birds. What the hell? Wow. If the skin disease has disappeared from the afflicted person, the priest will order that two live clean birds, cheddar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop be brought for the one who is to be cleaned. Then the priest will order that one of the birds be slaughtered over fresh water in a clay pot. He is to take the live bird together with the clean cheddar wood, scarlet yarn, what the hell, and hyssop, and dip them all in the blood of the bird that that has slaughtered over the fresh water. He will then sprinkle the blood 7 times. So the one who is to be cleaned from the skin disease, he is to produce him clean and release the live bird over the open countryside. The one who is to be cleansed most must wash his clothes, shave off all this hair, and be bathed with water. He is clean afterwards. He may enter the camp, but he must remain outside his tent for 7 days. He is to shave all of his hair again on the seventh day, his head, his beard, his eyebrows, and the rest of his hair. He is to wash his clothes and bathe himself in water. He is clean. On the eighth day, he must take two unblemished male lambs and unblemished year-old ewe lambs, a grain offering of 6 quarts of the fine flour mixed with olive oil, and on 1/3 of quarter of olive oil. The priest who performs the cleansing will place the person who is to be cleansed together with these offerings before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of the meeting. The priest is to take one male lamb and present it as a guilt offering along with 1/3 quarts of the olive oil, and will present them as a presentation offering before the Lord. He is to slaughter the male lamb of the at the lamb at the place of the sanctuary area where the sin offerings to burnt offerings are slaughtered. For like the sin offering, the guilt offering belongs to the priest. It is especially holy. The priest is to take some of the blood from the guilt offerings and put it on the lobe on the right ear of one of the kings, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then the priest will take some of the 1/3 quarts of olive oil and pour it into his palm. The priest will dip his hand finger into the oil in his left palm and sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. From the oil remaining in his palm of the priest, it will put some right of the ear near the some of the ear of the some of the, it will put some of the ear of the right ear of one of the to be cleansed. From the oil remaining in his palms of the priest will put on some. What the hell? Yep. Oh my god, that's funny. What a funny person. The priest will dip his right finger into the oil. Whoa. Yes. Okay, guys, we've been reading the Bible for like 2 hours, which is pretty cool. I wonder if we can read it for like more than that. The priest will dip his right finger into the oil in his left palm and sprinkle some of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. From the oil remaining in his palm, the priest will put some of the lobe in the right ear of the one to be cleansed on the thumb of his right hand and on the big toe of his right foot. On top of the blood of the guilt offering, what is left on the oil is the palm. He is to put on the head of one to be cleansed. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him before the Lord. The priest is to sacrifice the sin offering and to make atonement for the one to be cleansed from the uncleanness. Afterwards, he will slaughter the burnt offering. The priest is to offer the burnt offering and grain the grain offering on the altar. The priest will make atonement for him. He will be clean, and he will be clean. But if he is poor and he cannot afford these, he is to take one male lamb for a guilt offering to be presented in order to make atonement for him, along with 2 quarts of fine flour mixed with olive oil for a grain offering, 1/3 of a quart of olive oil, and 2 turtle doves or two young pigeons, wherever he can afford one to be a sin offering, and on the other a burnt offering. On the 8th day he is to bring these things for his cleansing to the priest at the entrance of the tent of meeting before the Lord. The priest will take the male lamb on the guilt of fury and on 1/3 quarts of olive oil and present them as a presentation offering before the Lord. After he slaughters the lamb of the guilt offerings, the priest it is to take some of the blood of the guilt offerings and put it on the right earlobe, on one of the cleans, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then the priest will pour some of the oil into his palms with his right finger. The priest will sprinkle some of the oil in his palm 7 times before the Lord. The priest will also put some of the oil in his palm, on the right earlobe, on some earlobe of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, on the same place as the blood of the guilt offerings. What is left on the oil oil in the priest's palms. He is to put on the head of one to be cleansed, to make atonement for him before the Lord. He is to sacrifice one type of what he can afford, either the turtle doves or young pigeons, as one of the sin offerings, and as the other as burnt offerings, sacrificing what he can afford together with the grain offerings. This In this way the priest will make atonement before for the Lord for the one to be cleansed. This is the law for someone who who has a skin disease and cannot afford the cost of his cleansing or contained objects. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "When you enter the land of Canaan, and I am giving you a possession, and I place a mildew containment in the house in the land of you possess, the owner of the house is to come and tell the priests Something like midlu contamination has appeared in my house. The priest must order them to clear. The house before he enters to examine the contamination out, so that nothing in the house becomes unclean. Afterwards, the priest will come to examine the house. He will examine it, and in the contamination of the walls of the house consists of green and red ornaments that appear in the beneath to be beneath the surface of the wall. The priest is to go outside of the house in its doorway and quarantine the house for 7 days. The priest is to return to the seventh day and to examine it on the contamination has spread on the walls of the house. The priest must order that within the stones with the priest must order that the stones with the contamination be pulled out and thrown into an unclean place with the city. He is to have the inside of the house completely spread and have the place that is scrapped off a dumped in an unclean place outside the city. When they are to take different stones to replace the former ones and take additional plaster to replaster the house, if the contamination reappears in the house after the stones have been pulled out and after the house has been scrapped and replastered, the priest is to come and examine it. If the contamination has spread in the house, it is a harmful midlu. If the house is unclean, it must be torn down with its stones, its beams, and all its plaster, and take outside the city to an unclean place. Whoever enters the house during any of the days the priest quarantines it will be unclean until evening. Whoever lies down in the house is to wash his clothes, and whoever eats in it is to wash his clothes. But when the priest comes and examines it, if the contamination has not spread in the house after it has replastered, he is to pronounce the house clean. Because the contamination has disappeared, he is to take 2 birds, cedar, wood, Harlem, yarn, and Cy, hyssop to purify the house, and he is to slaughter one of he is to slaughter one of the he is to he is to slaughter one of the birds over a clay pot containing fresh water. He will take the cheddar wood, the hyssop, and scarlet yarns, and to live and the live bird dip them in the blood of the slaughtered bird, and the fresh water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. He will purify the house with the blood of the bird and fresh water, the live bird, the cheddar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet yarn. He is to release it live to release the live bird into the open countryside outside the country. On this way, he will make an atonement for the house, and it will be clean. This is the law for any skin disease or midlu, for a scaly outbreak, for midlu in clothing or on a house, and for a swelling scab of spot, to determine when something is unclean or clean. This is the law regarding skin disease and midlu. Bodily discharges. When the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, speak to the Israelites and tell them when any man has a discharge from his member, he is clean. This is uncleanness of his discharge, whether his member's secrets of the discharge or retains it, he is unclean. All the days that his members secretes or retains anything because of his discharge, he is unclean. Any bed the man with the discharge lies on will be unclean, and any furniture he sits on will be unclean. Anyone who touches his bed is to wash his clothes and to bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Whoever sits on furniture on the with the man with the discharge was sitting on is to wash his clothes and bathe water and he will remain unclean in evening. Whoever touches the body of the man with a discharge is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. If the man will with the discharge spits on anyone who is clean, he is to wash his clothes and bathes with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Any saddle the man with his discharge rides on will be unclean. Whoever touches anything that was under him will be unclean until evening, and whoever carries such things is to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. If the man with the discharge touches anyone without first rinsing his hands in the water, the person who was touched is to be washed his clothes and bathed with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Any clay pot that the man any clay pot that the man with the discharge touches must be broken, while any wooden utensil is to be set raised with water. When the man will be discharged has been when the man with the discharge has been cured of it, he is to count 7 days for cleansing, wash his clothes, and bathe his body in fresh water. He will be clean. He must take 2 turtle doves and 2 young pigeons on the eighth day before on the eighth day come before the Lord at the entrance. Before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of the meeting, and give them to the priest. The priest is to sacrifice them, one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for him before the Lord because of his discharge. When a man has an emission of semen, he is to bathe himself completely with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Any clothing or leather on which there is a emission of semen is to be washed with water, and it will remain unclean until evening. If a man sleeps with a woman and has an emission of semen, both of them are to bathe with water, and they will remain unclean until evening. When a woman has a discharge and it consists of blood from her body, she will be unclean because of her menstruation of 7 days. Everyone who touches her will be unclean until evening. Anyone who she lies on during her menstruation will become unclean, and anything she sits on will become unclean. Everyone who touches her bed is to wash his clothes and to bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. Everyone who touches any furniture she was sitting on is to wash his clothes and to bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. If discharge is on the bed of the furniture she was sitting on, then when he touches it, he will be unclean until evening. If a man sleeps with her and blood from her menstruation gets on him, he will be unclean for 7 days, and every bed lies in on will become unclean. When a woman has a discharge in her blood for many days, though it is not the time of her menstruation, if it is not a discharge beyond her period, he will be unclean all the days of her unclean discharge, as she is during the days of her menstruation. Any bed she lies on during the days of her discharge will be like her bed during menstrual impurity, and furniture she sits on will be unclean as in her menstrual period, because everyone who touches them will be unclean, and he will wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening. She is to be cured of her discharge. She is to count 7 days, and after that she will be clean. On the eighth day she must take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons and bring them to the priest at the entrance of the tent of eating. The priest is to sacrifice one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. On this day, the priest will make atonement for her before the Lord because of her unclean discharge. You must keep the Israelites from their uncleanness so that they do not die by
defiling the tabernacle that is among them. This is the law for someone with a discharge, a man who has an emission of semen, becoming unclean by it, a woman who is in her menstrual period, anyone who has a discharge, whether male or female, and a man who sleeps with a woman who is unclean. The Day of Atonement. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the two of Aaron's sons, when they approached and the presence of the Lord and died. The Lord said to Moses, Tell your tell your brother Aaron that he may not come whenever he wants into the holy place behind the curtains, in the front of the mercy seat at the ark of, or else he will die, because I appear on the cloud above the mercy seat. Aaron is to enter the most holy place in this way, with a young bull for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. He is to wear a holy linen tunic, and linen undergarments are to be in his body. He is to tie a linen sash around him and wrap his head with a linen turban. There are holy garments. He must bathe his body with water before he wears them. He is to take from the Israelites community two male goats for a sin offering and one ram for a burnt offering. Aaron will present the bull for his sin of offering and make atonement for himself and his household. Next, he will take the two goats and place them before the Lord at the entrance of the tent of the meeting. After Aaron casts lots of the of after Aaron casts lots for the two goats, one lot for the Lord and the other for the uninhabitable place, he is to present the goat chosen by lot for the Lord and sacrifice it as a sin offering. But the goat chosen by the lot for an uninhabitable place is to be presented alive before the Lord to make atonement to make atonement with it by sending it into the wilderness for an uninhabitable place. When Aaron presents the bull for his sin offering and makes atonement for himself and his household, he will slaughter the bull for his sin offering. Then he is to set a fire pan full of blazing coals from the altar before the Lord. The two handfuls are finely grounded fragments of incense, and bring them inside the curtain. He is to put the incense of the fire before the Lord, so that the cloud of incense covers the mercy seat that is over the testimony, or else he will die. He is to take some of the bull's blood and sprinkle it with the finger against the east side of the mercy seat. Then he will sprinkle some of the blood with his fingers before the mercy seat 7 times. When the slaughters when when he slaughters the male goat for the people's sins offering and brings its blood inside the curtain, he will do the same thing with its blood as he did with the bull's blood. He is to sprinkle it against the mercy seat in front of it. He will make atonement for the most holy place in the way that all of his sins, because of the Israelites' impurities and rebellious acts, he will do the same thing for the tent of the meeting that remains among them, because it is surrounded by their impurities. No one may be in the tent of meeting from the time he enters to make atonement in the most holy place before he leaves, after he has made atonement for himself, his household, and the whole assembly of Israel. Then he will go out of the altar that is before the Lord and make atonement for it. He is to take someone he is to take some of the bull's blood and some of the goat's blood and put it in the horns on all the sides of the altar. He is to sprinkle some of the blood of it with the finger 7 times, to cleanse and set it apart from all the Israelites' impurities. When he has finished making atonement for the most holy place, the tent of meeting, and the altar, he is to present the live male goats. Aaron will lay both of his hands on the head of the live goat and confess over it and all the Israelites' iniquities and rebellious acts. Aaron will lay both of his hands on the head of the live goat and confess both of it, confess over it all the Israelites' iniquities and rebellious acts, all their sins. He is to put them on the goat's head and then send it away into the wilderness by the man appointed to the task. The goat will carry all their inquiries into the desolate land, and the man will release them. Then Aaron is to enter the tent of the meeting. Damn. What a. Damn. Then Aaron is to enter the tent of meeting, take off the lining garments he wore when he entered the most holy place, and leave them there. He will bathe his body with water in a holy place, and put his clothes when he must go out and sacrifice his burnt offerings. And the people's burnt offerings. He will make atonement for himself and the people. He is to burn the fat of the sin offerings on the altar. The man who released the goat for an uninhabitable place is to wash his clothes and bathe his body with water. Afterwards he may re-enter the vamp. The bull of the sin for the sin offering, the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought into the most holy place to make atonement, must be brought outside the camp and there hide, fresh flesh and waste burned. The one who burns them is to wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. Afterwards he may re-enter the camp. This is the permanent statue for you in this. This is the permanent. This is the permanent statue for you. On the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you are. This is the permanent. This is the permanent statue for you. On the 7th month, on the 7th day of the month, you are to practice self-denial, and do no work. Both the native and the alien who resides among you. Atonement will be made for you on this day to cleanse you, and you will be clean from all your sins before the Lord. It is a Sabbath of complete rest for you, and you must practice self-denial. It is a permanent stature. The priest who is anointed and ordained to serve as high priest in place of his father will make an atonement. He will put on the lenient garments, the holy garments, and make atonement for the most holy place. He will make atonement for the tent of the meeting and the altar, and will make an atonement for the priests and all the people of the assembly. He is to be a permanent stature for you, to make atonement for the Israelites once a year because of their sins. And all this was done as the Lord commanded Moses. Forbidden sacrifices. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to Aaron, his sons, and all the Israelites, tell them, this is what the Lord has commanded: anyone from the house of Israel who slaughter an ox, sheep, or goat in the camp, or slaughters in and outside the camp, instead of bringing in the entrance of the tent of the meeting, the priest is an offering of the Lord before its tabernacles. A person will be considered guilty. He has shed blood and is to be cut off from his people. This is so the Israelites will bring to the Lord sacrifices they have been offering in an open country. They are to bring them to the priests and at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and offer them as fellowship sacrifices to the Lord. The priest will then splatter the blood of the Lord altar and entrance to the tent of meeting, and burn the fat as a pleasing aroma to the Lord. They must no longer they must no longer offer their sacrifices to the goat demons. They must have prostituted themselves with. This will be a permanent stature for them throughout their generations. Say to them, anyone from the house of Israel or from the aliens who reside among them,
or the aliens who reside among them, who would offer a burnt offering of a sacrifice, but does not bring it to the entrance to the tent of meeting to sacrifice it to the Lord, that person is to be cut off from his people. Eating blood and carcasses prohibited. Anyone from the house of Israel or from the aliens who reside among them who eat and blood, I will turn against the person who eats blood and cut him off from his people. For the life of a creature is in the blood, and I have appointed it to you to make atonement to the altar your lives, since it is the lifeblood that makes atonement. Therefore I say to the Israelites, none of you and no alien who resides among you may eat blood. Any Israelite or alien residing among them, or who hunts down a wild animal or bird that may be eaten among that may be eaten must drain its blood and cover it with dirt, since the life of every creature is its blood. I have shown Israelites, you are to not eat the blood of any creature, because the life of every creature is its blood. Whoever eats it must be cut off. Every person, whether the native or the resident alien, who eats an animal that died a natural death, that or was mauled by a wild beast, or to wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he will remain unclean until evening, and he will be clean. But if he does not wash his clothes or bathe himself, he will bear his iniquity. Prohibited pagan practices. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, I am the Lord your God. Do not follow the practices of the land of Egypt, where you used to live, or follow the practices of the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. You must not follow their customs. You are to practice my ordinance. You are to keep my statutes by following them. I am the Lord your God. Keep my statutes and ordinance. A person will live if he does them. I am the Lord. You are not to come near any close relative for you are not to come for any close relative for sexual intercourse. I am the Lord. I am not I am not to violate the intimacy that belongs to your father and mother. He is your mother, and you must not have sexual intercourse with her. You are not to have sex with your father's wife. He is your father's family. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your sister either, and your father's daughter, or your mother's, whether born at homes or born elsewhere. You are not to have sex with her. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your son's daughters or your daughter's daughters, for they are your family. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your father's wife, daughters, adopted father, and your sisters and their sisters. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your father's sisters and your father's close relative. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your mother's sisters, for she is your mother's close relative. You are not to violate the intimacy that belongs to your father's brothers by approaching his wife and have sexual intercourse. She is your aunt. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You are not to have sex with her. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your brother's wife. She is your brother's family. You are not to have sexual intercourse with a woman and her daughter. You are not to have marry her sons and daughters. You are or her daughter's daughter, or have sex with her. You are a close relative. It is depraved. It is depraved. You are not to marry a woman as a rival to her sister and have sexual intercourse with her during her sister's lifetime. You are not to approach a woman during her menstrual impurity to have sexual intercourse with her. You are not to have sexual intercourse with your neighbor's wife, you defiling yourself with her. You are not to sacrifice any of your children on the fire to Molech. You do not profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. You are not to sleep with a man as with a woman. It is detestable. You are not to have sexual intercourse with any animal, defiling yourself. with it. A woman is not to present herself to an animal to mate with it. It is a perversion. Do not defile yourself by any of these practices, for the nations I am driving out before you have defiled themselves by all these things. The land has become defiled, so I am punishing it for its. I am punishing for its iniquity, and the land will vomit out its inhabitants. But you are to keep my statutes and ordinance. You must not commit any of these detestable acts, nor not the captive of or the not the native or the alien who resides among you. For the people who were in the land prior to you, for the people who in the land, for the people who were in the land prior to you have committed all these detestable acts, and the land has become defiled. If you defile the land, I will vomit you out as it was vomited out of the nations that were before you. Any person who does any of these detestable practices is to be cut off from his people. You must keep my instruction or not do any of the detestable customs that were practiced before you, so that you do not defile yourselves by them. I am the Lord your God. Laws of holiness. The Lord spoke to Moses and the speak to the entire Israelite community and tell them, "Be holy because I, the Lord your God, am holy. Each of you is to respect his mother and father. You are to keep my Sabbath. I am the Lord your God. Do not return to idols or make cast images of gods for yourselves. I am the Lord your God. When you when you offer a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord, sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It is to be eaten on the day you sacrificed it, or on the next day. But what remains on the third day must be burned. Ah, but what remains. But what remains on the third day must be burned. If any is eaten on the third day, it is a repulsive thing. It will not be accepted. Anyone who eats it will bear its iniquity, for he has profaned what is holy in the Lord. The person is to cut off from his people. When you reap the harvest of your land, you are not to reap to the very edge of your field, to gather the gleanings of your harvest. Do not strip your vineyard bare and gather its fallen grapes. Leave them to the poor, leave them for the poor and the resident alien. I am the Lord your God. Do not steal, do not act deceptively or lie to one another. Do not swear falsely by my name. Profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. Do not oppress your neighbors or rob him. The wages due to a hired worker must not remain with you until morning. Damn. Do not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block in front of the blind, but you are to fear your God. I am the Lord. Do not act unjustly when deciding a case. Do not be partial to the poor or give preferences to the rich. Indulge your neighbors fairly. Do not go about spreading slander among your people. Do not jeopardize your neighbor's life. I am the Lord. Do not harbor hatred against your brother. Rebuke your neighbor directly, and he will not incur guilt because of him. Do not take revenge or bear a grudge against members of your community, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. You are to keep my statutes. Do not breed. You are to keep my statutes. Do not You are to keep my statutes. You are to keep my you are to keep my statutes. Do not crossbreed two different kinds of your livestock. Sow your fields among these kinds of seeds, or put on a garment made of two kinds of material. If a man has sexual intercourse with a woman who is a slave designed for another man, but has but she has not been redeemed or given her freedom, there must be punishment. You are not to be put to death because she has not been freed. Whoever she However, he must bring a ram as his guilt offering to the Lord as an entrance. However, he must bring a ram as a guilt offering to the Lord as the entrance to the tent of the meeting. The priest will make atonement for his behalf before the Lord, the ram of the guilt offerings for the sin he has committed, and he will be forgiven for the sin he committed. When you come into the land and plant any kind of tree for food, you are to consider the fruit forbidden. When you come into the land and plant any kind of tree for food, you are to consider fruit forbidden. It is forbidden to you for 3 years. It is not to be eaten. I in the fourth year, it's all its fruits is to be in un poquito, a bit. In the fourth year, all of its fruits is to considered as a praise offering to the Lord. But in the fifth year, pero estoy bien ahorita, ahorita está bien, ahorita está bien, ahorita mi cabeza está bien. But yeah, guys, we're reading Leviticus right now, and yeah, it's pretty cool. How are you guys doing? How are y'all doing? We are going to keep reading. Okay. Oh crap. This is weird. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. When you come into the land When you come into the land and plant any kind of tree for food, you are to consider the fruit forbidden. It will be forbidden to you for 3 years. It is not to be eaten in the fourth year. All of its fruits is to be consecrated as a praise offering to the Lord. But if the fifth year you may eat its fruits, in this way its yield will increase for you. I am the Lord your God. You are not to be eaten anything with blood in it. You are not to practice divination or witchcraft. You are not to cut off the hair on the sides of your head, on mar and edges of your beard. Wow. You are not to make gashes on your bodies for the dead, or put tomato marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Do not debase your daughters by making her a prostitute. Of the land will be, or the land will be prostituted and filled with depravity. Keep my Sabbaths and reverse my sanctuary. I am the Lord. I do not turn them to mediums or consult spiritists, or you will be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. You are to raise you are to raise rise in the presence of elderly and honor the old. Fear your God. I am the Lord. When an alien resides with you in your land, you must not oppress him. You will be regarded the alien whom resides with you as the native born among you. You are to love him as yourselves, for you were aliens in the land of the Egypt. I am the Lord your God. That's just weird. Okay, weird. No.
Okay. When an alien resides with you in your land, you must not oppress him. You will regard the alien who resides with you as the native born among you. You are to love him as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. Uh, I am your Lord, your God. Do not be unfair in measurements of length, weight, and volume. You are to have honest balances, honest weights, an honest dry measure, and an honest liquid measure. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. Keep all my statutes and all my ordinances and do them. I am the Lord. Molech worship and spiritism. The Lord spoke to Moses, say to the Israelites, any Israelites or any alien residing. Okay. One moment. One moment. Huh. Interesting. The Lord spoke to Moses, say to the Israelites, any Israelite or alien residing in Israel who gives any of his children to Molech must be put to death. The people of the country are to stone him. I will turn against that man and cut him off from his people, because he gave off he gave his offspring to Molech, defiling my sanctuary and profaning my holy name. But if the people of the country look the other way when that man gives any of his children to Molech and do not put him to death, then I will turn against that man and his family and cut off from their people both him and all who follow him in prostitution themselves to Molech with Molech. Prostituting themselves with Molech. Whoever turns to mediums or spirits and prostitutes himself with them, I will turn against that person and cut him off from his people. Consecrate yourselves and be holy, for I am the Lord your God. Keep my statutes and do them. I am the Lord who sets you apart. Family and sexual offenses. If anyone curses his father or mother, he must be put to death. He has cursed his father or mother. His death and his own fault. If a man commits adultery with a married woman, if he commits adultery in his neighbor's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress must be put to death. If a man sleeps with his father's wife, he has violated the intimacy that belongs to his father. Both of them must be put to death. Then their death is their own fault. If a man sleeps with his daughter-in-law, both of them must be put to death. They have acted They have acted perversely. Their death is their own fault. If a man sleeps with a if a man sleeps with a woman, if a man sleeps as with a woman, they have both committed a detestable act. They must be put to death. Their death is their own fault. If a man marries a woman and her mother is it and her mother, it is depraved. Both he both he and they must be buried, so that there will be no depravity among you. If a man has sexual intercourse with an animal, he must be put to death. You are also to kill unalive the animal. If a woman approaches any animal and mates with it, you are to unalive the woman and the animal. They must be put to death. Their death is their own fault. If a man marries his sister, whether the father's daughter or his mother's daughter, they have sexual relations, it is a disgrace. They are to be cut off publicly from their people. He has had sexual intercourse with his sister, and will bear his iniquity. If a man sleeps with a menstruating woman and has sexual intercourse with her, he has exposed the source of her flow, and he has uncovered the source of her blood. Both of them are to be cut off from their people. You must not have sexual intercourse with a mother's sister or your father's sister, for it is exposing oneself's own blood relative. Both people will bear their iniquities. If a man sleeps with his aunt or has violated the intimacy that belongs to his uncle, they will bear their guilt and die childless. If a man marries his brother's wife, it is impurity. He has violated the impotency of what belongs to his brother. They will be childless. Holiness in the land. You are to keep all you are to keep all my statutes and all my ordinances and do them, so that the land where I am bringing you to live will not vomit you out. You must not follow the statutes of nations I am depriving you out before you, for they did all these things, and I am adorned them, and I am promised you, you will inherit their land. Since I will give it to you to possess a land flowering with milk and honesty. I am the Lord your God, who sets you apart from the people. Therefore you are to distinguish the clean animals from the unclean one, and the unclean bird from the unclean one. Do not become contaminated by land animal, bird, or whatever crawls in the ground. I have set these apart to unclean you. You are to be holy to me, because I, the Lord, I am holy. Because I, the Lord, am holy. I have set you apart from the nations to be mine. A man or a woman who is a medium or a spirit must be put to death. They are to be stoned. Their death is their own fault. A man or a woman who is a medium or a spirit must be put to death. They are to be stoned. Their death is their own fault. The holiness of the priests. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to Aaron's sons, the priests, and tell them, a priest is not to make himself ceremonially unclean for a dead person among his relatives, except for his immediate family, his mother, father, son, daughter, and brother. He may make himself unclean for his unmarried virgin sister is in his immediate family. He is to not make himself unclean for those related to him by marriage, and so defile him. Priests may not make bald spots on their heads, shave the edge of their beards, or make gashes on their bodies. They are to be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they present the fire offerings to the Lord and the food of their God, and they must be holy." Ah. They are to be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they present the fire offerings to the Lord, the food for their God, and they must be holy. They are not to marry a woman defiled by prostitution. They are not to marry one divorced by her husband, for the priest is holy in his God. You are to consider him holy, since he presents the food of your God. He will be holy to you, because I, the Lord, who sets you apart, am holy. If a priest's daughter defiles herself by promiscuously, she defiles her father, she must be burned to death. The priest who is highest among his brothers, who has had the anointing oil poured out his head and has been ordained to wear his clothes, must not dishevel his hair or tear his clothes. He must not go near any dead person or make himself unclean, even if his father or mother. He must not leave the sanctuary, or he will discreet the sanctuary of his God, for the concentration of the anointing oil of his God is in him. I am the Lord. He is to marry a woman who is a virgin. He is to not marry a widow, a divorced woman, or one defiled by prostitution. He is to marry a virgin from his people, so that he does not corrupt his bloodline. All his people, for I am the Lord who sets him apart. Physical defects and priests. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Aaron, none of your descendants throughout your generations who has a physical defect is to come near to present the food of his God. No man who has any defect is to come near. No man who is blind, lame, fashionably disfigured, or deformed, or no man who has a broken foot or a hand, who is hunchback or a dwarf, or who has an eye defect, a festering rash scab, or a crucible testicle, who no descendants of the priest Aaron, who has a defect, is to come near to a priest of fire offerings to the Lord. He has a defect and is not to come near to present the food of his God. He may eat food of his God from what is especially holy, as well as from what is holy, but because he has a defect, he must not go near the curtain or approach the altar. He is not to desecrate my holy places, for I am the Lord who sets them apart. Moses said to Aaron,
and his sons and all the Israelites, priests and their food. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell Aaron and his sons to deal respectively with the holy offerings of the Israelites and have consecrated me so that they do not profane my holy name. I am the Lord. Say to them, if any man from any of your descendants throughout your generations is in a state of uncleanliness, yet approach the holy offerings from the Israelites consecrate to the Lord, that person will be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. No man of Aaron's descendants who has a skin disease or a discharge is to eat from the holy offerings until he is clean. Approach whoever touches anything made unclean by a bad person, or by a man who has an emission of semen, who torches who torches any swarming creature that he makes him clean, or any person who makes him unclean, whoever is uncleanness, the man who touches any of these will remain unclean until evening, is and is no and is not to eat from the holy offerings unless he has bathed his body in water. When the sun has set, he will become clean and then he may eat from the holy offerings. From that of his is his food. He must not eat an animal that died naturally, or was mauled by wild beasts, making himself unclean by it. I am the Lord. They must keep my instructions, or they will be guilty and die because they profane it. I am the Lord who sets them apart. No one outside a priest's family is to eat the holy offerings. A foreign staying with a priest or a hired worker is not to eat the holy offerings. But if a priest purchases someone who with his own silver, that person may eat it, and whose born is in his house may eat his food. If a priest's daughter is married to a man outside a priest's family, he is to not eat from the holy contributions. But if the priest's daughter becomes widowed or divorced, has no children, and returns to her father's house, as in her youth, she may share her father's food, but no outsider may share it. If anyone eats a holy offering in error, he is to add a fifth of its value and give the holy offering to the priest. The priest must not profane the holy offerings that Israelites give to the Lord by letting the people eat their holy offerings and having them bear the penalty of restitution, for I am the Lord who sets them apart. 5 offerings to the Lord. You may sacrifice as a freewill offering any animal from the herd or flock that has an elongated or stunted limb, but it is not acceptable as a vow offering. You are not to present to the Lord anything that has bruised, crushed, or thorns, or severed testicles. You may not sacrifice them in your land. Neither you nor a foreigner are to present food to your God from any of these animals. You will not be accepted. They will not be accepted for you because they are deformed and have a defect. The Lord spoke to Moses, when an ox, sheep, or a goat is born, it is to remain with its mother for 7 days. From the 8th day on, it will be acceptable as an offering, a fire offering to the Lord. But you are not to slaughter an animal from the herd of the flock of the same day as its young. When you sacrifice a thank offering to the Lord, sacrifice it so that you may be accepted. It is to be eaten on the same day. Do not let any of it remain until morning. I am the Lord. You are to keep my commands, and I them. You are to keep my commands and do them. I am the Lord. You must not profane my holy name. I must be treated as holy among the Israelites. I am the Lord who sets you apart, the one who brought you to the land of the Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord. holy days. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, these are my appointed times, the times of the Lord, that you will proclaim as sacred assemblies. Work may be done for 6 days, but on the seventh day there is to be a Sabbath of a complete test, a sacred assembly. You are not to do any work. It is a Sabbath to the Lord wherever you live. These are the Lord's appointed times. The sacred assemblies you are to proclaim at their appointed times. The Passover of the Lord comes in the first month, at twilight on the 14th day of the month. The festivals of unleavened bread to the Lord is on the 15th day of the same month. For 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. On the fifth day you are to hold a sacred assembly. You are not to do any daily work. You are to present a fire offerings to the Lord for 7 days. On the seventh day there will be a sacred assembly. Do not do any work, any daily work. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, when you enter the land I am giving you and reap its harvests. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, when you enter the land I am giving you and reap its harvest. You are to bring the first sheaf of your harvest to the priest. He will present the sheaf before the Lord so that you may be accepted. The priest is to present it on that day after the Sabbath. On the day you present the sheaf, you are to offer a year-old male lamb with one blemish as a burnt offering to the Lord. Its grain offering is to be 4 quarts of fine flour mixed with oil as a fire offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma, and its drink offering will be 1 quart of wine. You must not eat bread, roasted grain, or any new grain until this very day, until you have brought the offerings to your God. This is to be permanent stature throughout your generations wherever you live. You are to count 7 complete weeks, starting from the day after the Sabbath, the day you brought the sheaf of the presentation offering. You are to count 50 days until the day after the seventh Sabbath, and present an offering, a new grain to the Lord. Bring 2 loaves of bread from your settlements as the penetration, as a presentation offering, each of them made from 4 quarts of fine flour baked with yeast as first fruits to the Lord. You are to present with the bread 7 unblemished male lambs, a year old bull, a year old one young bull, and 2 rams. They will be a burnt offering to the Lord, and their grain offerings and drink offerings of fire offerings and a pleasing aroma to the Lord. You are also to prepare 1 male goat as a sin offering, and 2 male lambs a year old as a fellowship sacrifice. The priest will present the lambs with the bread of fruit fields as a presentation offering before the Lord. The Lord's bread and the 2 lambs will be holy with the Lord for the priests. On the same day, you are not to do any daily work. This is to be a permanent stature whenever you live throughout your generations. When you reap the harvest of your land, you are not to reap all the way to the edge of your field to gather gleanings of your harvest. Leave them to the poor and the resident alien. I am the Lord your God. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell the Israelites, on the seventh month, on the first day of the month, you are to have a day of complete rest, constant commemoration, and trumpet blasts. A sacred assembly. You must not do any work daily. This is weird.
You are to have a day of complete rest, ceremony, and trumpet blast, a sacred assembly. You must not do any work, any daily work, but you must present a fire offering to the Lord. The Lord spoke again to Moses. The 10th day of this 7th month is the day of atonement. You are to hold a sacred assembly and practice self-denial. You are to present a fire offering to the Lord. This is uh, you are to practice you are to you are to hold a sacred assembly and to practice self-denial. You are to present a fire offering to the Lord. On this particular day you are not to do any work, for it is a day of atonement, to make atonement for yourselves before the Lord your God. If any person does not practice self-denial in this particular day, he is to be cut off from his people. I will destroy among his people anyone who does any work on this same day. You are not to do any work unless do work. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations wherever you live. I will It will be a Sabbath of complete rest for you, and you must practice self-denial. You are to observe your Sabbath from the evening of the ninth of of the 9th day of the month until the following evening. The Lord spoke to Moses. Tell the Israelites the festival of shelters of the Lord begins. Ah, ah. The Lord spoke to Moses. Tell the Israelites the festivals of shelters to the Lord begins on the on the 15th day of the 7th month and continues for the 7 days. There is a sacred assembly on the first day. You are not to do any work daily. You are not to do any daily work. You are not to do daily work. You are to present a fire offering to the Lord for 7 days. On the 8th day, you are to hold a sacred assembly, present a fire offerings to the Lord. Or it is a solemn gathering. You are not to do any work daily. These are the Lord's anointed times that you are to proclaim as sacred assemblies for presenting fire offerings to the Lord, burnt offerings and grain offerings, sacrifice and drink offerings, each on its designated day. These are in addition to the offerings for the Lord's Sabbath, your gifts, all your vow offerings, and all your free will offerings that you give to the Lord. You are to celebrate the Lord's festival on the 15th day, on the 7th month, on the 7th day, that you have gathered, that you have produced the land. You will be complete rest you will be complete rest on the first day and complete rest on the 8th day. On the first day, you are to take the the produce of majestic trees, palms, fronds, broad and leafy trees, and willow the brooks, and rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. You are to celebrate it as festivals to the Lord. 7 days. Each 7 days each year. This is a permanent statute for you throughout your generation. Celebrate it a 7th month. You are to live in shelters for 7 days. All the native born of Israel must live in shelters for so that your generations may know that I made the Israelites live in shelters when I brought them to the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So Moses declared the Lord's appointed time to the Israelites, tabernacles, oils, and bread. The Lord spoke to Moses, commanded the Israelites, and bring you to pure oil and crushed olives from the light, in order to keep the lamp burning regularly. Aaron is to tend it continuously from the evening until the morning before the Lord outside the curtain of the testimonies, the tent, the meeting. This is a permanent statute throughout your generations. He must continually tend the lamps on the pure gold lampstands of the Lord's presence. Take fine flour and bake it into 12 loaves. Each loaf is to make floor cords. Arrange them in 4 rows, 6 to a row, and pure golden table before the Lord. Place pure frankincense near each row, so it may serve as a memorial portion of the bread of the fire offering to the Lord. The bread is to set out before the Lord every Sabbath day as a permanent covenant obligation to the part of the Israelites. It belongs to Aaron and his sons. You are to eat it in a holy place, where it is the holy portion for him.
from the fire offerings to the Lord. This is a permanent rule. A case of blasphemy. Now the sin of an Israel mother and an Egyptian father was among the Israelites. A fight broke in the camp between the Israelite woman's son and an Israeli man. Her son cursed and blasphemed the name, and they brought him to Moses. His mother's name was Shalom, a daughter of Dibri and the tribe of Dan. They put him in custody until the Lord's decision could be made clear for them. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, bring the one who has cursed on the outside of the camp, and have all those who heard him lay their hands on the head, and have the whole community stone him, and tell the Israelites, if anyone curses his God, he will bear the consequences of his sin. Whoever blasphemes the name of the Lord must be put to death. The whole community is to stone him. If he blasphemes the names, he is to put to death, whether the resident, alien, or a native. If a man unalives anyone, he must be put to death. Whoever unalives an animal is to make a restitution for it life for life. If any man inflicts a permanent injury to his neighbor, whatever he has done, he is to be done to him, fractured by fractured, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Whatever injury he inflicted on the person, the same is to be inflicted on him. Whoever unalives an animal is to make restitution for it, but whoever unalives a person is to be put to death. You are to have the same law for the resident alien as and the native, because I am the Lord your God. After Moses spoke to the Israelites, they brought the one who had cursed to the outside camp and of the camp and stoned him. So the Israelites did as the Lord had commanded Moses. Sabbath years and Jubilee. The Lord spoke to Moses in Mount Sinai. Speak of the Israelites and tell them, when you enter the land I am giving you, the land will observe a Sabbath to the Lord. You may sow your field for 6 years. For you may sow your fields for 6 years, and you may prune your vineyard and gather its produce for 6 years. But there will be a Sabbath to complete rest of your land. In the seventh day, a Sabbath of the Lord. You are not to sow your fields, to prune your vineyards. You are to not reap the what grows by itself from your crop, or harvest the grapes of your unintended vines. It is to be a year of complete rest for the land. Whenever the land produces during the Sabbath, you can be food for it. There can be food for you, for yourself, your male or female slave, then the hired worker and an alien who resides with you. All of it grows may serve as food for your livestock and the wild animals in your land. You are to count 7 sabbatical years, 7 times 7 years, so that the time period of the 7 sabbatical years amounts to 49. Then you are to sound a trumpet loudly in 7 months. On the 10th day on the month, you will sound it throughout your land on the Day of Atonement. You are to consecrate the 15th year and proclaim freedom of the land, and that for all of its inhabitants it will be your jubilee. When search for you is to return in his property, and each of you of his clan, the 15th year will be your jubilee. You are not to reap what grows by itself, or harvests its unintended vines. It is to be holy to you, because it is jubilee. You may not eat its produce directly from the field. The year of the jubilee. In this year jubilee, each of you will return to its property. If you make a sale to your neighbor, or a purchase for him, do not cheat one another. You are to make the purchase of your neighbor based on the number of years since the last jubilee. He is to sell to you based on the number of men to maintain harvest. You are to increase its price in proportions to a greater amount of years, to decrease its price in proportion to a lesser amount of years, because what he is selling to you is a number of harvests. You are not to cheat one another, but fear your God, for I am the Lord your God. You are to keep my statutes and ordinance and carefully observe them, so that you may live securely in the land. Then the land will yield its fruit, so that you can eat, be satisfied, and live securely in the land. If you wonder what will it be, what we eat in the 7th year, if we don't sow or gather our produce, I will appoint my blessings for you in the 6th year, so that it will produce a crop sufficient 3 years. When you sow on the 8th year, you will be eaten from the previous harvest. You will be eaten. You will be eaten this until the 9th year when its harvest comes. The land is not to be permanently sold because it is mine, and you are only aliens and temporarily residents on my land. When land you occupy it. If your brother becomes destitute and sells part of his property, his nearest relative may come and redeem what his brother has sold. If a man has no family redeemer, but he prospers and pertains enough to redeem his land, he may calculate the years since its sale, repay the balance to the man he sold to it, and return to his property. But if he cannot obtain enough to repay it, what he sold will remain in the possession of its purchaser until the year of Jubilee. It will be released at the Jubilee, so that it may return to his property. If a man sells a residence in a walled city, if a man sells a residence in a walled city, his night of redemption will last until a year has passed after its sale. His right of redemption will last a year. It is not redeemed by the end of the full year. Then the house of the full walled city is permanently transformed to his purchaser throughout his generations. It is not to be released on the Jubilee, but houses in settlements that have no walls around them are to be classified as open fields. The right to redeem such houses stay in effect, and they are to be released at the Jubilee. Concerning the Levitical cities, the Leviticals always have the right to redeem houses in the cities they possess. Whatever property one of the Levites can redeem, a house sold in the city they possess, it is to be released at the Jubilee, because the house of the Levitical cities and their possessions among the Israelites, the open previous pasturage around their cities may not be sold, for it is the permanent possession. If your brother becomes destitute and cannot sustain himself among you, you are to support him as an alien, a temporary resident, that so that he can continue to live among you. Do not profit or take interest from him, for but fear your God and let your brother live among you. You are to not let him. Uh, you are not to not lend him your silver or interest to sell him for your food, for profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt and gave you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. If your brother among you becomes destitute and sells himself to you, you must not force him to do slave labor. Let him stay with you as a hired worker or a temporary resident. He may work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then he and his children are to be released from you, and he may return to his clan and his ancestral property. There may not be sold slaves because of my servants that I brought up in the land of Egypt. You are not to rule over them harshly, but fear your God. Your male and female slaves are to be from the nation around you. You may purchase male and female slaves. You may also purchase them from the alien residents with you, or from their families living among you. Those born in your land, these may become your property. You may leave them to your sons after you to inherit as property. You can make them slaves for your life. You can make them slaves for life, but concerning your brothers, the Israelites, you must not rule over one another harshly. If an alien temporarily resident, if an alien or temporary resident living among your properties, but your brother is living near him, becomes destitute and sells him to an alien living amongst you, or a member of a resident alien clan, he has the right of redemption, and after he has been sold, one of his brothers may redeem him, his uncle or cousins may redeem him, or any of his close relatives from his clan may redeem him. If he prospers, he may redeem himself. But the one who purchases him is to calculate the time from the year which he sold himself, in which the year which to which until the year of jubilee, the price of his sale will be determined by the number of years it will be set for him, like the daily wages of a hired worker. If many years are still left, he must pay his redemption price in proportion to them, based on the purchase price. If only a few years remain until the year of Jubilee, he will calculate to pay the prices of his redemption. If propo- propor- in proportion to his remaining years, he will stay with him like a man hired year by year. A resident alien or not is not to rule over him harshly. In sight if he is not redeemed in any of these ways, he and his children are to be released at the year of Jubilee. For the Israelites are my servants, they are my servants that I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am, what the hell? My head hurts. It's fine. Covenant blessings and disciples. For the Israelites are my servants, they are my servants, and I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Covenant blessings and discipline. Do not make idols for yourselves. Set up a carved image of sacred pillars for yourselves, or a place of sculptured stone in your land to bow down to it. I am the Lord your God. Keep my Sabbath and revere my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you follow my statutes and faithfully observe my commands, I will serve you rain at the right time, and the land will yield. I give you rain at the right time, and the land will yield its produce, and the trees of the field will bear fruit. If you follow my statutes and faithfully observe my commands, I will give you rain at the right time, and the land will yield its produce. At the trees of the field, I will bear their fruit. Your your threshing will continue until grape harvest, and the grape harvest will continue until sowing time. You will have plenty of food to eat and live securely in your land. I will give peace to the land and you will live down with nothing to frighten you. I will remove dangerous animals from your land, and no sword will pass through your land. You will pursue your enemies, and they will fall before you by the sword. You by the sword. 5 of you will pursue 100 or 1,000, and 1,000 of you will pursue 10,000. Your enemies will fall before you by the sword. I will turn to you, make you make you fruitful. What the hell? before your sword. 5 of you will pursue 100, and 100 of you will pursue 10,000. Your enemies will fall before you by the sword. Before you by the sword gave you. Okay. 5 of you will pursue 100, and 100 of you will pursue 10,000, and your enemies will fall before you by the sword. But I will turn to you, make you fruitful, and multiply you, and confine my covenant with you. You will eat the old grain of the previous year, and will clear out the old to make room for the new. I will replace my residence among you, and I will not reject you. I will walk among you and be your God, and you will be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, so that you would no longer be their slaves. I have broke the bars of your yoke that enables you to live in freedom. But if you do not obey me and observe all these commands, if you reject my statutes and despise my ordinance and do not observe all my commands and break my covenant, then I will do this to you. I will bring terror to you, wasting disease and fever that will cause your eyes to fail and your life of to ebb away. You will sow your seed in vain, because your enemies will eat it. I will turn against you, so that you will be defeated by your enemies. Those who hate you will rule over you, and you will flee even though no one is pursuing you. No one is pursuing you. If but if after these things you will not obey me, I will proceed to discipline you 7 times for your sins. I will break down your strong pride. I will make your sky like iron, and I will land like bronze, and your strength will be used for nothing. Your land will not yield its produce, and trees of the land will not bear their fruit. If you act with hostility towards me and are unwilling to obey me, I will multiply your plagues 7 times for your sins. I will send wild animals against you that will deprive you of your children, ravage your livestock, and reduce your numbers until your roads are deserted. If if in spite of these things you do not accept my disciple, but act with hostility towards me, then I will act with hostility towards you. I will also strike you 7 times with your for your sins. I will bring a sword against you to execute the reverence of covenant, but you withdraw into your cities. I will send a pestilence among you, and you will be delivered into enemy hands. When I cut off your supply of bread, 10 women will break your bread in a single oven and ratio out your bread by weight, so that you will eat but not be satisfied. And if, in spite of this, you do not obey me, but act with hostility towards me, I will I will act with furious hostility towards you. I will also discipline you 7 times for your sins. You will eat the flesh of your sons. You will eat the flesh of your daughters. I will destroy your high places, cut down your shrines, and heap your lifeless bodies and heap your lifeless bodies of your idols. I will reject you. I will rejoice your cities to ruin and devastate your sanctuaries. I will not smell the pleasing aroma of your sacrifices. I will devastate the land so that your enemies will come to live there, will be applied by it. But I will scatter you among the nations, and I will draw a sword to chase after you. So your land will become desolate, and your cities will become ruins. Then the land will make up for its Sabbath years during the time it lies desolate, while you are in the land of your enemies. At that time, the land be will rest and make up for the Sabbath. As long as lies desolate, it will have the rest it will not have during your Sabbath. When you live there, I will put anxiety in the hearts of those of you who survive in the lands of their enemies. The sound of wind-driven leaf will put them to fight, and they will flee as one flees from a sword and fall through no one is pursuing them. They will stumble over one another. Ah, oh, what the hell? They will stumble over one another as fleeing from a sword, though no one is pursuing them. You will not be able to stand against your enemies. You will perish among the nations. The land of your enemies will devour you. Those who survive in the lands of your enemies will waste away because of their inquiry. They will also waste away because of their fathers' inquiries along with theirs. But when they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their father, their unfaithfulness and their practice against me, and how they acted with hostility towards me, then I acted with hostility towards them and brought them into the land of your enemies. And when and and when their uncircumcised hearts are humbled, they are to make amends for their inquiry. Then I will remember my covenant with Jacob. I will also remember my covenant with Isaac and my covenant with Abraham. And I will remember the land, for the land abandoned by them will make up for its Sabbaths by lying desolate without the people, while they make amends for their iniquities, because they rejected my obedience and adorned my statutes. Yet in spite of this, while they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject or abhor them as to destroy them and to break my covenant with them. Since I am the Lord your God, for their sake I will remember the covenant with their fathers, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, in the sight of their nations, to be their God. I am the Lord. These are my statutes, ordinances, and laws of the Lord established between himself and the Israelites through Moses and Mount Sinai, fighting the sanctuary. The Lord spoke to Moses, speak to the Israelites and tell them, when someone makes a special vow to the Lord that involves the semblance of people, if the assemblance concerns a male from 20 or 60 years old, your assessment is 50 silver shekels measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. If a person is female, your assessment is 30 shekels. If a person is from 5 or 20 years old, your semblance for a male is 20 shekels, and for a female, 10 shekels. If a person is from 1 month or 5 months or 5 years old, assessment is for a male is is 5 silver shekels, and for a female, your assessment is 3 shekels of silver. If one person is 60 years or more, your assessment is 15 shekels of a male and then 10 shekels of a female. But if one is too poor to pay the assessment, the, what the hell? What the hell? Okay.
Okay. In huh. Weird. Whoa.
When I
for a male and 10 shekels for a female. But if one is too poor to pay for assessment, he is to present. Huh. Okay. If one person is from one mouth to 5 years old, your assessment for the male is 5 silver shekels, and for a female, your assessment is 3 shekels of silver. If a person is 60 years or more, your assessment is 15 shekels for the male, and then 10 shekels for a female. But if one is too poor to pay the assessment, he is to present the person before the priest, and the priest will set a value to him. The priest will set a value to him accordingly to what one making the vow can afford. If the vow involves one of the animals that may be brought to an offering of the Lord, any of these he gives to the Lord will be holy. He may not replace it or make a substitution for it, either good or bad for good. But if he does substitute one animal to another one, both that animal and its substitute will be holy. If of the vow involves any of the unclean animal that may not be brought as an offering to the Lord, the animal must be presented before a priest. The priest will set its value, whether high or low. The price will be set as the priest makes the assessment for you. If the one who brought it decides to redeem it, to it, we must adjust a fifth of the assessed value. When a man consecrates his house as holy to the Lord, the priest will assess its value, whether high or low. The price will stand just as the priest assesses it. But if the one who consecrated his house redeems it, if he must add a fifth to the assessed value, and it will be his. If a man consecrates to the Lord any part, if a man consecrates to the Lord any part of the field that he possesses, your assessment of value will be proportional to the seed needed to sow it, at the rate of 50 silver shekels for every 5 bushels of barley seed. If he consecrates his field during the year of Jubilee, the prince will stand according to your excesses. If he consecrates his field after the Jubilee, the priest will calculate the price for him in proportion to the years left until the next year of Jubilee, so that your assessment will be reduced. If one who consecrates the field decides to redeem it, he must add a fifth to the assessed value, and the fields will transfer back to him. But if he does not redeem the field, or if he has sold it to another man, it is no longer redeemable. When the field is released in the Jubilee, it will be holy. It will be holy to the Lord, like a field permanent set apart. It becomes a priest's property. If a person consecrates the Lord a field he has purchased that is not part of his inherit land holdings, then the priest will calculate for him the amount of assessment up in the fields of Jubilee, and the person will pay the assessed value on that day as a holy offering. To the Lord, the year of the Jubilee, the field will return to the one he brought it from, the original owner. All your assessed values will be measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, 20 gerahs on the shekel, but one can be consecrated a firstborn of the livestock, whether an animal from the herd or a flock, to the Lord, because a firstborn belongs already to the Lord. It is one. If it is one of the unclean livestock, it can be ransomed accordingly to your assessment by adding a fifth of its value. If it's not redeemed, it can be sold according to your assessment. Nothing that a man can prematurely set apart to the Lord from all he owns, whether a person, an animal, or an inherited land beholden, can be sold or redeemed. Everything set apart is especially holy in the land. No person who has been set apart for destruction is to be ransomed. He must be put to death. Every tenth, every tenth of the lands produce grain from the soil or fruit from the trees belonging to the Lord is the holy Lord. If a man decides to redeem any part of the tenth, he must add a fifth to its value. Every tenth animal from the herd of the flock which passes under the shepherd's rod will be holy to the Lord. He is not to inspect whether it is good or bad, and he is not to make a substitution for it. But if he does make a substitution, both the animal and the substitute will be holy. They cannot redeem. They cannot be redeemed. They are the commands the Lord gave Moses for the Israelites on Mount Sinai. Numbers. Numbers. The consensus of Israel. The Lord spoke to Moses on the tent of meeting in the wilderness of Sinai on the first day of the second month of the second year after Israel's departure from the land of Egypt. Wow. After the second year after Israel's departure from the land of Egypt, take a consensus of the entire Israelite community by their clans and their clans' father, counting on the names of every male one by one. You and Aaron are to register those who are 20 years old or more by their military divisions. Anyone who can serve in Israel's army. A man from each tribe is to be with you. One of each one the head of his ancestral family. These are the names of the men who are to assist you. Eliezer sons of Reuben, Eliezer sons of Reuben, Zephah sons of Shelah, Simon, Nashon, Eli. Okay, these are names. These are the men called from the community. They are the leaders of their ancestral tribes, the heads of the Israel's clans. So Moses and Aaron took these men who had been designed by name, and as they assembled the whole community on the first day of the second month, they recorded their ancestry by their clans and their ancestral families, counting one by one on the names of those 20-year-olds or more. Just as by the Lord commanded Moses, he registered them in the wilderness of Sinai, the descendants of Reuben and the firstborn of Israel, according to their families, recorded by their clans and their ancestral families, counting one by one the names of every male 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered in for the tribe of Reuben. Numbers 46,500. The descendants of Simon, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, whose registered counting one by one the names of every male 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, whose registered the tribe of Simon numbered um 5,930. The descendants of Gad, according to their family records by their clans, can be and their ancestral families count the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, who's registered in the tribe of Gad, numbered 45,650. The descendants of Judah, according to their family records, by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years or more, everyone who could serve in the army, who's registered from the tribe of Judah, numbered 74,600. The descendants of Isaac, according to their families, records by their clans and their ancestral families, recounting the names of those 20 years old or more. Anyone who could serve in the army, who's registered for the tribe of Issachar, numbered 5,400, 54,400. The descendants of Zelunun, according to their family records and their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Zelunun, numbered 57,400. The descendants of Joseph, the descendants of Ephraim, according to their family records and their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old, 20 years old, the more everyone who could serve in the army, who's registered for the tribe of Ephraim numbered 40,500. The descendants of Manasseh, according to their family records and their clans and their ancestral families, accounting to the names of those 20 years or more, everyone who could serve in the army, who's registered in the tribe of Manasseh, numbers, Manasseh numbered 32,200. The descendants of Benjamin, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, who's registered in the tribe of Benjamin, numbered 35,400. The descendants of Dan, according to their family records by their clans and their ancestral families, recounting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Dan, numbered 62,700. The descendants of Asher, according to their families, records by their clans and their ancestral families, accounting the names of those 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in the army, who's registered in the tribe of Asher, numbered 41,500. The descendants of Naphtali, according to their family records and their clans and their ancestral families, counting the names of those 20 years or more, everyone who could serve in the army, those registered for the tribe of Naphtali, numbered 53,400. These are the men Moses and Aaron registered in the acceptance of the 12 leaders of Israel. Each represented his ancestral family. So all the Israelites 20 years old or more, everyone who could serve in Israel's army, were registered by their ancestral families. All who those registered numbers 603,550. Duties of the Levites. But the Levites were not registered from them by their ancestral tribe, for the Lord had told Moses, "Do not register to take consensus of the tribe of Levi with the other Israelites, anointed the Levites over the tabernacle, over the testimony, the furnishing of everything in it. They are to transport the tabernacle and all of its obstacles, take care of it. The camp around it, whether the tabernacle is to move, the Levites are to take it down. And whenever it is to stop at a campsite, the Levites are to set it up. Any unauthorized person who comes near it is to be put to death. The Israelites are to camp by their military their Israelites are to come out by their military divisions, each man with his encampment, and under this banner, the Levites are to camp around the tabernacle with the testimony and watch over it, so that the tabernacle will fall on the Israelite community. Damn. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The organization of the camps, the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. The Israelites are the camp under their respective banners for their. Besides the flag and their ancestral families, they are to camp around the tent and meeting in the distance from it. Judah's military divisions will camp on the east side towards the sunrise, under their banners, and the leaders of the descendants of Judah, the Nashon, son of Aminadab, his military division numbers 74,600. The tribe of Issachar will camp next to it. The leaders of the Issacharites of Nathaniel, son of Zuar. His military division numbers 54,400. The tribe of Zebulun will be next. The leader of the Zebulunites is Eliad, son of Helon. His military division numbered 57,400. The total number of their military divisions who belong to Judah's encampment is 186,400. 186,400. They will move out first. Reuben's military division will camp on the south side under their banners. The leader of the Reubenites is Elizur, son of Shebur. His military division numbered 46,500. The tribe of Simon will camp next to it. The leader of the Simonites is Simulate, the son of Simul. His military division will number 59,300. The tribe of Gad will be next. The leader of the Gadites of Eliphaz, son of Duel. His military division numbers 35,650. The total number of their military divisions who belong to Reuben's encampment is 151,450. They will move out a second. The tent of meeting is to move out with the Levites' camp, which is in the middle of the camps. They are to move out just as they camp, each in his place with their banners. Ephraim's military division will camp on the west side under their banner. The leader of the Ephraimites is Elisham, son of Amnud. His military division numbers 450. The tribe of Manasseh next to it. The leader of the Manasseh is Gamil, son of Pedasur. His military division numbers 32,200. The tribe of Benjamin will be next. The leader of the Benjaminites is Abri, son of Gideon. His military division numbers 35,400. The total number of their military divisions who belong to Ephraim's encampment numbered 108,900. They will move out of their Dan's military division will camp out of the north side of the pole, north side under their banners. The leader of the Danites is Azir, sons of his military division number 62,700. The tribe of Asher will camp next to it. The leader of the Asherites in Pigeon, sons of Orchans, his military division numbers 41,500. The tribe of Naphtali will be next. The leader of the Naphtalites, Nahor, son of Enan, his military division will be 53,400. The total number of who belongs to Dan's encampment is 157,600. They are to move out last with their banners. They are the Israelites registered for their ancestral families, whose total number in the camp by their military divisions is 63,550. But the Levites were not registered among the Israelites, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Israelites did everything the Lord commanded Moses, but they camped by their banners in their way and moved out the same way with every man with his clan and his ancestral family. Aaron's sons and the Levites. These are the family records of Aaron and Moses at the time of the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of the Aaron's sons. These are the names of Aaron's sons. Priests. Lord's presence and authorized the Lord, the wilderness. They are no sons. They had no sins, so Elzah had served the direction of Aaron and thought. They spoke to Moses, bring the tribe of Levi near the present when to the priest Aaron to assist him. They are to perform duties for him and his community before the tent of meeting. By attending to the service of the tabernacles, they are to take care of all the furnishing of all the tent of the meeting and perform duties of the Israelites and continue the service of the tabernacle outside. Assigned the Levites of Aaron and his son, they have been assigned exclusively to him. From the Israelis, you are to appoint Aaron and his son to carry out their priestly responsibilities, but say any unauthorized person who comes near the sanctuary, this will be put to death. The Lord spoke to Moses, see, I have taken the Levites from the Israelites in place of every stubborn firstborn Israelite from the womb. The Israelites belong to me, because every firstborn belongs to me. At the time I struck down every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated every firstborn of Israel to myself, both man and animal. They are mine. The Leviticus consensus. Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai. Register in the Levites by their ancestral families and their clans. You are to register every male 1 month old or more. So Moses registered them in obedience to the Lord as he had been commanded by These were Levi's sons by name, Gershon, Conan, and Merari. These were the names of Gershon's sons by their clans, Levi and Simon. Conan's sons by their clans were Amos. My sons and their clans were Milan. There were the Leviticans and their ancestral families. The Lebanite family and the Shemitite clan came from Gershon. These were the Gershon clans, those registered, counting every male 1 month told or more, numbered 700 and 500. The Gershonites clans camped behind the tabernacle on the west side. On the leaders of the Gershon families was Eliphaz, son of Leah. Gershon duties at the tent of meeting involved the tabernacles. The tent is covering the screen of the entrance and the okay, one moment. And the leader of the Gershon families was Elijah's son of the lady. The Gershon's duties at the tent of meeting involved the tabernacles. The tent is covering the screen of the tabernacle of the meeting, the hanging of the courtyard, the screen of the entrance, and the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle and the altar. The tent of the grapes, all the work relating to these, the Armanite clans and Esarite clans, the Hero clans, and the Uzziite clan came from counting every male month old or more. There were 8,600. They were 8,600. Responsible for the duties of the sanctuaries. The clans of the Kohathites camped on the south side of the tabernacle, and the leader of the families and their duties involved the ark and stable and lampstand, the ark, altars, the sanctuary, utensils, and were with these the screen and all the work relating to them. The chief of the Levite leaders of this. Okay, this is weird. Okay. The Mahalite clan for the Mishu clan came from Merai. These were the Merai clans whose registered counting every male 1 month old or more numbered 6,200. The leader of the families in the Merai clans were Uzziah's sons of Aviv. They camped on the north side of the tabernacle. The assigned duties of Merai's descendants involved the tabernacle supports, crossbars, pillars, bases, and all the equipments and all the work related to these, in addition to the posts of the surrounding courtyard with their bases, tent pegs, and the ropes. Moses, Aaron, and his sons, who performed the duties of the sanctuary of the Moses, Aaron, and his sons, who performed the duties of the sanctuary as service on behalf of the Israelites, camped in front of the tabernacle on the east, in front of the tent of meeting towards the sunrise. An unauthorized person who came near it is to be put to death. The total number of the Levite males on 1 month old or more that Moses and Aaron registered by their what the hell? Okay. What the hell? The total number of all Levite males 1 month old or more than Moses and Aaron, registered by their clans that the Lord's commanded, was 22,000. Redemption of the firstborn. The Lord told Moses, register every firstborn male of the Israelites 1 month old or more, and list their names. You are to take the Levites for me. I am the Lord. In addition of every firstborn among the Israelites, and the Levites' cattle in place of every firstborn among the Israelites' cattle. So Moses registered every firstborn among the Israelites, and the Lord commanded him. The total number of the firstborn males in the month old or more list by names was 2,273. The Lord spoke to Moses again. Take the Levites in place of every firstborn among the Israelites, and the Levites' cattle in place of every cattle. The Levites belong to me. I am the Lord. As the redemption price for the 273 firstborn Israelites who outnumbered the Levites, collect 5 shekels of each person, according to the standard sanctuary shekel, 20 guards of the shekel. Give Aaron and his sons as the redemption of those who are in excess among the Israelites. What the hell? So Moses collected the redemption amount of those who in excess of those of the ones that redeemed by the Levites. The he collected the silver from the firstborn Israelites, 1,365 shekels, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. He gave redemption silver to Aaron and his sons in obedience to the Lord, just as the Lord commanded Moses.
Duties of the Kohathites. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. Among the Levites, take a consensus of the Kohathites by their clans and their ancestral families, men from the 30 years old or to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified to do work in the tent is meeting. The service of the Catholics is sent at the tent of meeting concerning the most holy objects. Whenever the camp is about to move on, Aaron and his sons are able to go in, take down the screening curtain and cover the ark of the testimony with it. They are to place over this a covering made of fine leather. Whether a solid blue cloth on top and insert its poles, there are to spread a blue cloth over the table of the presence of the place of the pallets and cups in it, as well as the bowls and pitchers for the drink offerings. The regular bread offerings to be in, they are to spread a scarlet cloth over it, cover them with a covering made of fine leather, and insert the poles of the table. They are to take a blue cloth and cover the lamp's length used for light with its lamps, stuffers, and firearms, as well as its jars of oil by which they service them. They they are to place it its with its utensils inside a covering made of fine leather, and put them on the carrying frame. They are to spread a blue cloth over to the gold altar, covering it with a covering made of fine leather, and insert its poles. They are to take they are to take all the serving utensils they use in the sanctuary place them in the blue cloth over them with a covering made of fine leather, and put them on a carrying frame. They are to remove the ashes from the bronze altar, spread a purple cloth over it, and place all the equipment on it they used in serving the fire spans, meat forks and shovels and basins, all the equipments from the altars. They are to spread the covering made of fine leather over it and insert its poles. Aaron and his sons are to finish covering the holy objects and are their and all their equipment. Whenever the camp is to move on, the Kohathites will come and carry them, but they are not to touch the holy objects or they will die. When these are the transportation duties of the Kohath regarding the tent of meeting, Eleazar son of Aaron the priest has oversight of the lamps and the lamp oil, the fragment incense and the grain, the the daily grain offering and the anointed oil. He has oversight in the entire tabernacle, everything in it, the holy objects and their utensils. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, do not allow the Kohathites tribal clans to be wiped out from the Levites. Do this for them so that they may live and not die when they come near the most holy objects. Aaron and his sons are to go in and assign each man his task and transport duties, and Kohathites, they are not to go in and look at the holy objects as they are covered, or they will die. Duties of the Gershonites. The Lord spoke to Moses, take a census to the Gershonites also by their ancestral families and their clans, registered men from 30 years old and 50 years old, everyone who is qualified to perform service to do work at the tent of the meeting. It is the service of the Gershonites clans regarding work and transported duties. They are to transport the tabernacle curtains and the tent of the meeting with the coverings and the covering made of fine leather. To top it off, the screen of the tabernacle is to the tent of the meeting, the hangings of the courtyard, the screen of the tabernacle, the screen for the entrance of this at the state of the country yard, and surrounds the tabernacle at the altar, along with their ropes and their equipment for their service. They will carry their out everything that needs to be done by with these items. All the service of
of the Gershonites, all their transportation duties and their work order is to be done at the command of Aaron and his sons. You are to assign their all of them, all of them that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the Gershonite clans at the tent of meetings, and their duties will be under the direction of Hamar, son of Aaron the priest. Duties of the Merarites. As for Merarites, you are to register them by their clans and their ancestral families. Register them from 30 years old to 50 years old. Everyone who is qualified to do the work or to attend the meeting, this is what they are responsible to carry as their whole in their service is to tent of meeting, the supports of the tabernacles, its crossbars, pillars and bases, the posts of the surrounding country yard with their pegs and ropes, including their equipment and all the work related to them. You are to assign by name the items that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the Merarite clans regarding all their work in the tent of meeting under the direction of Emerson and Aaron the priest. Consensus of the Levites. So Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of the community registered the Koholites and their clans and their ancestral families, men from 30 years old to 40 years old, everyone who has qualified for work. At the tent of the meeting, the men registered by their clans numbered 2,750 Hathites clans, everyone who could serve as the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron registered them to Lord's commands through Moses. The Gershonites were registered by their clans and their ancestral families, men from 50 years old to 50 years old. From 30 years old to 50, everyone who was qualified to work for the tent meeting. The men registered for the clans and their ancestral families numbered 2,630. These were the registered men of the Gershonites clans at the Lord's command. Moses and Aaron registered everyone who could serve at the tent of the meeting. The men of the Merarite clans were registered by their clans and their ancestral families who from 30 years old to 50 years old, everyone who was qualified for work at the tent of the meeting. Men registered by the clans numbered to 3,200. These were the registered men of the Merarite clans. Moses and Aaron registered them at the Lord's command through Moses, as Moses and Aaron and the leaders of Israel registered at the Levites by their clans and their ancestral families from 30 years old to 50 years old. Everyone who was qualified to work under the serving at the tent of the meeting and transporting it. The registered men numbered 8,480, 580 at the Lord's command. They were registered under the direction Moses, each of us according to his work and transportation duty, and his assigned was as the Lord commanded Moses, isolation of the unclean. The Lord instructed Moses, commanded the Israelites to send away everyone who could camp who is affected with a skin disease, everyone who has a discharge, or anyone who has a defiled because of a corpse. Send away both male and female. Send them outside of the camp, so that they will not defile their camps where I dwell among them. The Israelites did this, sending them outside the camp. The Israelites did this as the Lord instructed Moses. Compensation for wrongdoing. The Lord spoke to Moses, tell the Israelites, when a man or a woman commits any sin against another, that person acts unfaithfully towards the Lord and is guilty. The person is to confess the sin he has committed. He is to pay full compensation at a fifth of its value to it and give it to the individual who has wronged. If that individual has no relative to receive compensation, the compensation goes to the Lord for the priest, along with the atonement ram by which the priest will make atonement for the guilty person. Every holy contribution to the Israelites presented at the priest will present his will of the priest will be his each one holy contribution to his to contribution to is his to give. What each one gives as a priest will be his. The jealous ritual. The Lord spoke to Moses, each to the Israelites. Speak to the Israelites and tell them, if any man's wife goes astray or is unfaithful to him, sleep with another, but it is concealed from her husband, and she is undetected, even though she has defiled herself, since there is no witness against her, and she wasn't caught in the act, and if a feeling of jealousy comes over the husband and he becomes jealous because and if he becomes jealous because of his wife who has defiled him, he, or if a feeling of jealousy comes over him and he becomes or if he becomes jealous of her through though she has not defiled herself, then a man is to bring his wife to the priest. He is also to bring an offering for her, 2 quarts and barley flour. He is not to pour all oil over it and to put frankincense on it, because it is a grain offering of jealousy. It is a grain offering of jealousy, a grain offering for remembrance to draw attention to guilt. The priest is to bring her forward and have her stand before the Lord. Then the priest is to take holy water into clay bowls, in a clay bowl. Take some of the dust of the tabernacle floor and put in the waters. After the priest has the woman stand before the Lord, he is to let down her hair and place in her hands the grain offering for remembrance, which is the grain offering of jealousy. These priests is to hold the bitter water that's to hold the bitter water that brings a curse. The priest will require the woman to take an oath and will say to her, "If no man has slept with you, if you have not gone astray and become defiled while under your husband's authority, and be unaffected by this bitter water that brings a curse. If you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, if you have defiled yourself and a man other than your husband has slept with you, at this point the priest will make the woman take an oath with a sworn curse, as he is to say to her, 'May the Lord make you into an object of your people, cursing and swearing. When he makes your womb shrivel and your belly swell, may this water also bring a curse into your stomach, crushing your belly and swell and your womb to shrivel.' And the woman will repay, 'Amen, amen.'" When the priest is to write these curses on a scroll and wash them off into the bitter water, he will require the woman to drink the bitter water that brings a curse, and it will enter her to cause bitter suffering. The priest is to take the grain offering of jealousy from the woman, present the offering before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. The priest is to take a handful of the grain offering as a memorial portion and burn it in the altar. Afterwards, it will require the woman to drink the water. When he makes her drink the water, if she has defiled herself and been unfaithful to her husband, the water that brings a curse will enter her to cause bitter suffering. Her belly will swell and her womb will shrivel. She will become a curse among her people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is pure, she will not be unaffected and will be able to conceive children. This is the law regarding jealousy. When a wife goes astray and defiles herself while under her husband's authority, or while a feeling of jealousy comes over a husband and he becomes jealous of his wife, he is to have the woman stand before the Lord, and the priest will carry out all these instructions to her for her. The husband will be free of guilt, but the woman will bear her iniquity. The the Na- the Nazarite vow. The Lord instructed Moses, "Speak of the Israelites and tell the woman, when a man or woman makes a special vow, the Nazarite vow to consecrate himself to the Lord, he is to abstain from wine and beer. He must not drink vulgar made from wine or from beer. He must not drink any grape juice or eat fresh grapes and resin. He is not to eat anything produced by the grapevine, from the seeds to the skin during the period of his concentration. You must not cut off his hair throughout time of his vow of consecration. He may not be holy until the time he completed, during which he consecrates himself to the Lord. He is to let the hair of his head grow. He must go near a dead body during the time which he consecrates himself to the Lord. He is not to defile himself for his father or mother or his brother or sister when they die, while the mark of constant consecration to his God is in his head. He is the holy of to the Lord during the time of concentration. If someone suddenly dies near him, defiling his consecrated hair, he must shave his head on the day of his purification. He is to shave it on the 7th day. On the 8th day, he is to bring two turtle doves or two young pigeons, pigeons, to the priest of the entrance to the tent of the meeting. The priest is to offer The priest is to offer one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt of offering to make atonement on behalf of the Naziris, since he incurred guilt because of the corpse. On that day, he is to concentrate his head again. He is to rededicate his time to consecrate in the Lord, and to bring a year-old male lamb as a guilt offering, but do not count the initial period of consecration because it became defiled. This is the law of the Nazarene. On the day his time of consecration is completed, he is to be brought on the entrance to the tent of meeting. He is to present an offering to the Lord of one unblemished year-old male lamb as a burnt offering of the one unblemished year-old female lamb, and the sin offering of the unblemished ram of the fellowship offering, along with their grain offering and drink offering, and a basket of unleavened bakes made from the fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers coated with oil. The priest is to present these before the Lord and sacrifice the Nazarene sin of offering and burnt offering. He will also offer the ram as a fellowship sacrifice to the Lord, together with the baskets of unleavened bread. Then the priest will offer the company grain offering and drink offering. The Nazarene is to shave his consecrated head at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Take the hair from his head and put it on the fire under his fellowship sacrifice. The priest is to take the boiled shoulder from the ram, the unleavened cake from the baked, and one unleavened water, and put them into the hands of the Nazirite after he has shaved his consecrated head. The priest is to present them at the presentation offering before the Lord in the holy portion of the priest, in addition to the breast of the presentation offering and the high of the contribution. After all, the Nazarites may drink wine. These are the instructions before the Nazarites who vows his offerings to the Lord for his concentration. In addition to whatever else he can afford, he must fulfill whatever vow he makes in keeping with the instruction of his concentration. The priestly blessing. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Aaron and his sons, this is how you are to bless the Israelites. You should say to them, may the Lord bless you and protect you, and may the Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you, and may the Lord look with favor on you and give you peace. In this way they will pronounce my name over the Israelites, and I will bless them." Offering from the leaders. On this day, Moses, finishing setting up the tabernacle, and anointed and consecrated it with all its furnishing, all above the altar, along with the altar and all of its utensils. After the anointed and consecrated these things, the leaders of Israel, the heads of their ancestral families, presented an offering. They are the tribal leaders who supervise the registration. They brought as an offering before the Lord 6 covered casts, the 12 oxen, a cart from every 2 leaders, and an oxen from each one, and presented them in front of the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses, "Accept these from them to be used in the work of the tent of meetings, and give this offering to the Levites in each division according to their service." Moses took the carts and oxen and gave them to the Levites. He gave the Gershoites 2 carts and 4 oxen, corresponding to their service, and then the Merarites 4 carts and 8 oxen, corresponding to their service, under the direction of the Ishmael son of Aaron and the priests. But he did not give any of the Koharites, since their responsibility was service related to the holy objects carried on their shoulders. The leaders also presented the dedication gift for the altar when it was anointed. The leader presented their offerings in front of the altar. The Lord told Moses, "Each day have one leader present its offering for the dedication of the altar. The one who presented his offering on the first day of Nashon, son of Aminadab, from the tribe of Judah, his offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and the silver basin weighing 1 and 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. The one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, one young bull ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 female lambs, a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Nashon, son of Aminadab. Aminadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, son of Zuar, leader of Issachar, presented the offering as his offering, as he presented 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measuring by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of ingredients, one young bull, 1 ram, and one male lamb a year old with a burnt offering, one male goat for the sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, and 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old, and the following sacrifice. This was the offering of Nathaniel, son of Zuar. On the third day, Elias, son of Elon, leaders of the Zebulonites, presented an offering. His offering was made was his offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 and 3 1 3/4 pounds. Uh, uh, okay. Measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for the grain offering, one gold fowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, one young bull, 1 ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat of sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old, and the following sacrifice. This was an offering of Eliab, son of Helon. On the fourth day, Elizur, son of Shedur, leader of Rebunites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish. What the hell? 1 silver dish weighing 3 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of the flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, one gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, one young bull, 1 ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Elizur, son of Shedur. On the 5th day, Simul, son of his offerings were son of Zurishaba. Okay. Some gold, 4 ounce, full bulls, a young bull, 1 ram, and these are just repeating animal names. 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 1 and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Shelemiel, son of Sarinah. On the 6th day, Elisaph, son of the who's leader of the Gadites, presented an offering. His offering was the silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and it was the basin of 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. Both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. One gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old, and a burnt offering, 1 male goat for the sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. The fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Elisaph's son of Duel. In the 7th day, Elias, son of Amnu, leader of the Ephraimites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. Both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. One young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Elijah, son of Amnad. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, son of Pezudel, leader of the Manazuts, presented an offering. This offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the sanctuary shekel. Both of them full of flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, young bull, and 1 ram, and 1 male lamb for a year old for a for a burnt offering, the 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old in the fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of the son of on the 9th day, Benjamin's Abidaman, son of Gideoni, leader of the Benjaminites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and a silver dish basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. Both of them full of flour mixed with oil, and for grain offerings of 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, 1 young bull, and 1 ram. The 2 bulls, rams, and 5 male goats, and the 5 male lambs of the year old. This was the offering of Abdiel, son of Gidel. On the 10th day, wow, we're flying by this, guys. On the 10th day, Ahiezer, son of Amni Hadid, leader of the Danites, presented an offering. His offering was the silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds, and a silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel. Both of them full of flour mixed with oil in the grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense, and 1 bull ram. Here, 1 male goat offering, and 2 bulls, rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old for the fellowship sacrifice. This was an offering of Eliezer, son of Amni Shadid. On the 11th day, Pegil, son of Orchan, leader of the Asherites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of flour mixed with oil and grain offerings. 1 gold bowl weighing 4 ounces, full of incense. Young bull, one ram, 1 male, 1 year old, and 1 bull offering. The male 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs, a year old. Fellowship sacrifice. This was the offering of Pigeon, son of Orchan. On the 12th day, Sira Ira, son of Enan, leader of Nephites, presented an offering. His offering was 1 silver dish weighing 3 1/4 pounds and 1 silver basin weighing 1 3/4 pounds, measured by the standard sanctuary shekel, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. 1 gold bowl weighing in 4 ounces, full of incense. 1 bull young, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb, a year old, for a burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering, and bulls and rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs, a year old. And the fellowship sacrifice. This was an offering of a son of it. This was a dedication gift from the Israel's son. What the hell? Okay. One moment. One moment. My head hurts. I'm sorry. This was dedicated gift from the leaders of Israel's for the altar when it was anointed. 12 silver dishes, basins, and what the hell? My head hurts. Ow. One moment, guys. I need to be right back. We're going to read the whole Bible. Can we read it in 24 hours? Probably not. But we will try. Okay, guys, I will be back. Thank you guys for joining, and yeah, we will continue reading, and I will see you guys later.